seat. We'll call this meeting to order. I'd like to ask the honored guard to come forward and present the colors. We'd all stand. Present. Host.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Everyone will have a seat. Order! Come! Return! Hit! About peace! Forward! Hit! 12 years ago, the world changed. Roswell remembered that with two services today. The first began with a service at Roswell High, which was organized by a senior. It was a moving ceremony. It was significant that those seniors were in the first grade on 9/11. They grew up in a world much different than I grew up in. I remember the Cold War. Their generation has been defined by terrorism. But I was given great confidence in our country by those high school students and the patriotism they showed this morning. That will become an annual event. So I would encourage you next year, a year from today, if you get up at 7:30 in the morning, to go to the Roswell High 9/11 ceremony. The second ceremony was out here at the Faces of War Memorial. We had representatives of every branch of the military and the city, and our fine first responders, our fire and policemen, who are my heroes. So in their honor, in the honor of all those people who lost their lives, I'd like you to bow your head for a moment of silence. Thank you. And again, I would encourage you next year, if you don't get up early enough for the 7:30 Roswell High ceremony. What time does our ceremony usually start here? 8:30 at the City of Roswell, right here at the Faces of War Memorial. It's a moving ceremony. It's a good way to remember your heroes and to reinvigorate your faith in this nation. And with that, I would like to recognize the folks who led us in the pledge. The Roswell Garden Club, the girls in green, if you'd come forward to the microphone. And let's have a hand for the Roswell Garden Club. This club recently won Best in State, and they did our holiday tree in the Rotunda every year. They do, what else do y'all do for the city of Roswell? I know that's not just it.
Smith Plantation? Well, we have 3 gardens at Smith Plantation. We decorate the whole house at Smith Plantation inside and out at Christmas. We do the CVB Christmas, and we have a garden at CVB, and we have a garden at the Adult Recreation Center and decorate that center for Christmas. We have a butterfly garden at Barrington. We have the peach orchard at Barrington. What else?
That's enough.
Yes, and we do the Roswell Rec, and we have the Roswell Ramblers. We help them out.
No, the Ramble last year.
Oh, the Ramblin' last year, and we decorate St. George Retirement Home for Christmas.
And Manor Care.
And Manor Care for Christmas, and we do gardening at Manor Care. So we're a hands-on garden club.
And then this club keeps Roswell green and beautiful, saves us thousands of dollars on city property keeping those gardens up with a personal touch. So one more hand for the garden club. Now, yes.
We are happy. I mean, when you go to Garden Club at Georgia Convention and there's 360 garden clubs and you're named #1 for the state of Georgia, we are very proud. And that should say something to all of y'all that we are hands-on and not a meet, greet, and eat lunch garden club.
This is a get your hands dirty garden club.
That's right.
And this is not a closed society. If someone wants to join the garden club, how do they get in touch with the garden club?
They just come to our meeting. The first one is the 4th Tuesday of this month, and it's over at the community center in Area Park, and it's free, and you just come on and join our group.
And if you forget about that, you can just show up one of any of the historic homes on a
and they'll
Saturday
tell you
or
where to
Sunday
go
and
or call
volunteer and
Debbie
get your
Van.
hands dirty. Yes. One more hand for the garden club. Thank you.
Thank
ladies.
you.
And another group of ladies I'd like to welcome here, and that's the Daughters of the American Revolution. And it is at their request and with their encouragement that I have a proclamation to read for Constitution Week. Whereas September 17th, 2013 marks the 226th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and the patriotic celebration which will commemorate this occasion. And whereas Public Law 1915, that's the federal law, not Georgia law, guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the Constitution by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. So let's have a hand for the Daughters of the American Revolution, the American Constitution, and ask them to come forward. Let's have a hand. Come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. We are very pleased to be here, and thank you for the proclamation.
Would you like to hear a little bit about what Constitution Week is, or who we are?
We all need to be reminded.
Well, we're the Daughters of the American Revolution. We're the oldest, all of us are women who can prove lineal descent from those men and women that fought for the freedom of our country. We're the world's largest service organization, non-denominational and non-political. We get involved with causes like Constitution Week. Matter of fact, it was the DAR that started the ball rolling and eventually ended up with Dwight D. Eisenhower signing it into law. and we celebrate across the state and across the nation with proclamations, bell ringings, at schools, at libraries, the governor's mansion, wherever we can remind people the importance of the American Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, and we recognize your contribution and the contribution of the Constitution, and that it is the foundation of our government. Thank you, ladies. Let's have a hand for the Daughters of the American Revolution. Oh, the council wants their picture with you. Council.
Well, we would love our picture with the council.
The council would love their picture with you.
May I ask, do you have a proclamation for the children of the American Revolution as well? It may be in with that. This young man is the president of our Martha Stewart Bullock Society, so that's why he's here. Thank you.
They did not put it in my package. Do you have it for me? Robin, do you have a copy?
Constitution Week, it's not.
One should be for the daughters of the American Revolution, one should be for the children.
Thank you.
No, we have a different proclamation?
It's the same proclamation.
We'll get it right next year.
Different group.
Same proclamation. We'll get it right next year. We'll get it.
We got it.
Before we come up, we do have another representative here. Young man, do you want to come to the microphone and tell us who you're representing? Face the audience. Speak loud.
I'm Ryan Kelly, and I am the president of the Martha Stewart Bullock Society Children of the American Revolution, which was started by members of the Daughters of the American Revolution, and I'm here for the proclamation that goes to the children of the American Revolution.
Consider it proclaimed. Thank you, sir.
We have a few cameras here, so if the council can hold their pose. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Another one there. 1, 2, 3. All right, stay there. Everyone. Okay. Great, and one more. Great. Try one more, I'm so sorry. There we go. Great, thank you.
Who do we have with these? Is Leslie Steinberg here? Leslie, if you'll come forward and have a proclamation to read on behalf of the Pulmonary Fibrosis Awareness Month. And who do you have with you, Leslie?
This is Lisa Richardson Waller.
Good to have you here tonight.
Thank you.
And whereas pulmonary fibrosis is a lung disorder characterized by progressive scarring, known as fibrosis and deterioration of the lungs, which slowly robs its patients of their ability to breathe. And whereas pulmonary fibrosis affects 128,000 Americans, with an estimated 48,000 new cases diagnosed each year, and has no FDA-approved treatment or cure, pulmonary fibrosis affects children and adults, and studies have revealed that there is a genuine component to this disease. And whereas pulmonary fibrosis is difficult to diagnose, and an estimated two-thirds of the patients die within 5 years of the diagnosis, the patient's only survival is a lung transplant, an option in about 1% of the pulmonary fibrosis patients. And in the month of September, the Coalition of Pulmonary Fibrosis, a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 2001, seeks to achieve the process of educating and advocating for the patients and their families, and national awareness and fundraising in the race to find treatment and a cure for pulmonary fibrosis. And whereas every member of the disease is a step closer to someone getting a timely and accurate diagnosis, receiving essential support, and ultimately finding a cure, now therefore I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim September as Pulmonary Fibrosis Awareness Month in the City of Roswell, and ask all of our citizens to recognize the need for awareness of this disease and to support finding a cure. And with that, I'd like to recognize these fine people to add to that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably turn it over to my friend Lisa, who also helps me to volunteer with the Coalition for Pulmonary Fibrosis. I lost my mother, who is a Roswell resident, to the disease, and Lisa lost her father and 5 other family members. As I said, there is a genetic component, and the reason it's so important is because it's 100% fatal. Your only chance of survival if you have this disease is to receive a lung transplant, which is an option in less than 1% of patients. But I know Lisa had something to add to it, but thank you all. This means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are working with a lot of researchers and scientists across the country and around the world trying to find a cure, and the coalition is dedicated to that. The average time from diagnosis to death is 2.5 to 3 years. So it's really important, and we really do appreciate the city's dedication to it. I did want to note that because today is 9/11, that a number of first responders and people who survived 9/11 are also being diagnosed and dying of this disease, because there is an environmental component of this. So there are also people who have been diagnosed due to exposure to asbestos and other environmental causes. And so a lot of those people who in fact survived are now dying of this disease as well. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Let's have a hand for these fine people. And before you leave, I know my council would appreciate the opportunity to get their picture taken with you.
Oh, thank you.
Council, would you join us? Would Alice Champagne come forward? Stu, I think you have an announcement to make. Unless you bump my pay up.
If I can, before Stu starts, since it's my department, as Alice, well, she's already up here. Just to make clear, and I know Stu will do just as well, but this is a big deal that we're about to announce. And I've known Alice for a long time. Probably she doesn't even remember how long I've known her from like some conferences back in Milledgeville like 10 plus years ago when she was with the Riverkeeper. And even then we knew that we were talking to the person who knew how to get things done. And since her time with the city, I know I've caused her heartburn over many issues, but she has always worked hard and done a great job on everything that they've done, and always come with a way to make things work and help everybody understand that. So I appreciate all that you've done to help me, and as well as the city and all of us I know as well. thank you, and you are most deserving of this high award. I'm going to let Stu tell all the details.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Like you, I had known Alice before she came to work here. I knew that she was an exceptional talent, and I've observed her over the years. But I tell you, when you compile the information, the accomplishments and achievements that she has had, it's really incredible. What you see on the screen here was the award that Alice received at the American Public Works Association conference when she walked across the stage of the Erie Crown Theater and shook the hands of the national president with her picture on the Jumbotron. That was a proud, proud moment. Just a very exceptional thing. I'm going to be as brief as I can, but there's just a lot of things that Alice has done. Many of you know that she previously had been the technical director for the Upper Chattahoochee Riverkeeper. She trained literally thousands of people, other professionals and citizens in protection of water quality. She also is an elected official. She is an elected member of the Cobb County Soil and Water Conservation District. Because of her accomplishments, she was selected by Governor Perdue to be on his stakeholder task force, the Advisory Board for Erosion Sedimentation Certification. Alice is just an incredible leader. In her time, just about a little over 5 years with the city, 6 years, thank you, she has accomplished some great things. We have achieved the Water First designation, which, as you know, resulted in an honor for the community, but also a 1% reduction in our loan rate. So we just received word from Governor Deal that we've received a loan of $15 million from GFA at a rate of 1.4%, and that's directly due to the accomplishments of the Water Resources Division. We got a special grant for our automated metering system that allows us to immediately advise people if there's leakage on their system. And the GFA gave us a grant, not a loan, but a grant of $750,000 towards that accomplishment. Alice's team has created the stormwater utility, and in the first year they were able to reduce our 17-year backlog of capital projects by 20%. The list of things goes on and on. We've received numerous awards from the Georgia Association of Water Professionals, 7 times the Gold and Platinum Award for Excellence in Water Treatment, Distribution System of the Year. It just goes on and on. People, the staff enjoy working for Alice. They appreciate the guidance that she gives them and the leadership. And aside from all of those things, you may have missed her last week, and that's because she was in Honduras drilling a well for poor people. So I'm very proud.
Don't take the picture yet. Wait till the council comes down. Alice.
Okay.
Stu usually talks a long time, and he didn't disappoint me tonight. But what can you add to what Stu has said?
Well, I'm very honored to receive this, very humbled. I am very honored to work for Stu and for the city. This is a great thing to have, but, I mean, it's all in a day's work. I wouldn't do anything different if I didn't get this, and I would give all the credit to the people that work for me and do all the hard work, as you guys know, down in the trenches and so forth. So it's not for me, but I would thank all of my people as well as Stu and all of you. So thank you.
Thank you,
I
Alice.
appreciate the honor.
And I am certain Kent would not let me sleep if I didn't let him join you and get his picture with that award. And if you join him, the rest of the council wants to join him. So if you would allow us to come get our picture taken with you.
Up here?
And the last item on my agenda is the approval of reappointment to the Board of Zoning Appeals of Nancy Alvine. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Eichelhardt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Wynn. All in favor raise their hands. Passes unanimously. At this time, I'll call upon Public Safety Councilmember Becky Wynn.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to finish up with the consent agenda before I start?
Oh, we'll get the consent agenda out of the way.
Yes, sir.
I know. Overlook that. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Councilmember DiPolito. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Orleans. Does anyone on the council or anyone in the audience have a question regarding the consent agenda? Yes, sir. If you'd come forward, please.
Lee Fleck, Martin's Landing. Mayor, I want to question the detailed minutes. The council brief adopted for August 26, 2013. I've read those minutes, and there's no delineation with regard to the conversation that came before this meeting with regard to the infrastructure improvements in the water distribution system that were going to cost $450,000 that I requested a member of the city water department to make a presentation and confirm that those funds were coming out of the water department enterprise fund and the account number. I would like that information. I'd like those minutes corrected to include that information, which I requested at that time to go into public record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. This time I will return to Councilmember Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to be approval of the North Fulton Regional Radio System Tower site to be located in the city of Roswell on Fouts Road. And I'm going to have Chief Grant step forward. But before that, well, no, you can go ahead. I'm sorry. Do a little shuffle. I'd like to have Mr. John Bird, who is the Motorola consultant, Mr. Chuck Bethea, Comdex, and City Administrator Kay Love. There was a meeting this morning with Fulton County, and I'd like to have the three of them update Mayor and Council on the meetings, and if Ms. Love can also say who was in attendance.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. In attendance at today's meeting, the purpose of the meeting was for the technical group of the North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority, who's made up of representatives of each of the member cities, to meet with Fulton County, along with the consultants, to discuss the radio system and specifically tower site locations and opportunities for partnership. So the 911 director for Fulton County, Angela Barrett, was there, Mark Tersch, our representatives from Comdex, Fulton County's representatives from their engineering consultant, Motorola, our contact, as well as Fulton County's contact. I was there along with Chris Lagerbloom, who's the city manager of Milton, and then various staff members, both from police and fire. I will turn it over now to Chief Grant to give some details about the meeting.
It was very successful meeting this morning. There were several issues that were essentially ironed out. One is that there's been a lot of conversation about duplication of services, particularly towers. If we were to build a tower on the east side of Roswell, is Fulton County going to build a tower on the east side of Roswell? If we build a tower on the west side, are they going to build an additional tower? And what was agreed upon today is that that's completely unnecessary to do, that if we build a tower on the east side of Roswell, that we will make sure that there's room on top of the tower and at the base of the tower for Fulton County, the same on the west side of the county, that any towers that we build, so there will be a partnership between Fulton County and the North Fulton Radio Authority as far as towers goes. There's also some conversation that would possibly allow Fulton County to utilize some of the equipment that the North Fulton Radio Authorities will be utilizing in North Fulton, so that there won't be a duplication of equipment on the north side or in the north part of the county as well. So we really made some nothing is in concrete, no IGAs were signed today, but for the first time everybody was sitting at a table in agreement that we need to be partnering together. It would be more efficient, it would save money, and everybody was moving in the right direction, and it was just a very positive meeting.
Thank you, Chief Grant. Ms. Love, is there anything else that you would like to add to that?
I think specifically to the parts regarding funding and the Phase 1 of Fulton County, initially we had been told that Fulton County's Phase 1 would only entail the existing sites, which means the east side of Roswell would not be improved because a tower is not contemplated in their first phase. With that, today the discussion was that the money that they have allocated, that they do have authorization to partner in ways so that they can include the North Fulton area in that Phase 1 through partnerships with us sharing tower sites and equipment, as Chief Grant has already alluded to. Additionally, there's been a lot of discussion about multi-zone versus ISSI. That discussion moved forward with that. The authority does not want to participate in a full multi-zone system, nor does Fulton County want to participate in the ISI solution. However, where there are opportunities and it makes sense for talking in areas, Fulton County, according to Director Barrett, is open to discussing ISSI connectivity where appropriate. So we made a lot of ground in that arena. We also know that the $19.6 million will not build the system that they need. Fulton County has moved forward with a lease arrangement because the funding they have is not in place. They have committed over a 10-year period in their contract related to what is needed, but it is not funded at the current time. Therefore, I think that it was prudent on their part to come to the table to have these discussions that we have been trying to have for quite a long time, and it was prudent on our part as well to take a really hard look at related to equipment and tower sites where it makes sense. The hope is that we can help them eliminate some of the cost for the system in the areas that they intend to build, and that we can reduce some of our cost as well from the authority side. And we anticipate that we will both be very successful in doing that and have a system that we all can use with appropriate interoperability as well as redundancy.
Let me also add that there's been some conversation at previous authority meetings about where certain towers will be located. There was a conversation today between Fulton County, the authority, and the City of Milton about possibly, because there would not be room on the tower in north of Milton for Fulton County, there was some conversation about the authority and Fulton County co-locating at a tower site in Milton.
Thank you, Chief Grant. Is there anything else, Ms. Love, that we need to add on that?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if you mind, I'm going to turn it back over to Chief Grant and Chief Barnett.
I just want to mention that we've made a strong case. I believe that the council and mayor agree that there's a need for a radio system, but we began this process as it relates to towers back in June. We've had numerous meetings with council, meetings with citizens about the need for the radio system and where they would go. And we've answered many questions, and hopefully more questions will be answered tonight. But one question that we haven't been asked is, when will this Fulton County radio system that we utilize now fail for a greater length of time than a few hours? And we know that it failed 3 times over Labor Day weekend, which means it's failed 11 times in the last 12 months. And most concerning is it's failing at an increasing rate. It's failed 5 times in the last 4 months. So when is it going to fail and cause harm, other than just being a disruption of service and be an aggravation to the police and fire department? When is something going to happen? It's going to take, once all the tower sites are approved, it's going to take 12 months from that date for this system to be up and operational. So by continuing to have delays, and I understand that there are questions that need to be answered, but by delaying the approval of the tower sites, we're ultimately delaying the implementation of the radio system.
Does that endanger first responders' lives?
Most definitely. This is the lifeline for fire and police officers when they're out doing their job every day, as well as the citizens of Roswell and the people who visit and pass through Roswell, without question.
Chief Barnett.
I would just like to echo Chief Grant's thought on the need and the importance of these towers and the system. As everybody knows, today is 9/11. On the post-incident report that they did after 9/11, one of the things that they realized that the radio system didn't work. It was overloaded. Is the likelihood of us having a 9/11 here going to happen? Probably not. But this system is overloaded on a daily basis. And a simple traffic stop when an officer needs help and can't get it, or a firefighter in the house that gets in trouble and can't call out because the radio system's down. That's my concern, along with the citizens. This is to protect our citizens also. So.
Okay, I really appreciate that, guys. I'm not going to say anything right now. I'm just going to go ahead and, if you want to start the presentation, and if I have questions after that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Please proceed.
What I want to do first is we had some questions at the last council meeting that we need to have answered. And Chuck Bethea from Comdex has a presentation. I would like him to take the lead on and presenting that information. And John Bird from Motorola, as well as Captain Sweeney and myself, will jump in and fill in at any time that we need to.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Good evening, Council.
Just for clarification, yes, for the folks in the audience, did you announce that we're deferring the Lackey Road site tonight?
No, sir. It's
just want to make that clear to the audience, that we're just...
Yes, sir. It's the Cox Road site has been deferred, and Ms. Love did contact the citizens who were active on that conversation of that site. So we do not have a date yet when we're going to bring back Cox. But we will let everybody know in plenty of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Following the council meeting last time, there were several requests that were made for some further investigation and due diligence over the last several weeks. There have been a good bit of that diligence has been done, as well as some meetings with the communities themselves to exchange some of this information. So much of what you are about to see here has also been shared with some of the citizens, so to go through the process of the site selection and some of the candidates and some of the issues that are associated with particular candidates and particular tower heights. Specifically, and I have the sites alternates for the Cox Road Fire Station 6 site, even though that is not up for vote tonight, but I will be going through all of the variations that have been done per request from council last time. So the first thing that we did was put together a table to summarize the results, and I will go through each one of these in detail to give an idea of some of the variations and the issues and the cost impacts that are associated with each of these. Each one of these is identified by their varying map runs, and simply what that denotes is just simply the cycle in the simulation tool that was performed to produce the coverage map that's associated with this. It just simply was a convenient marker to denote the different configurations. Different things that we wanted to call out is the different site locations and the tower heights, and as well as one of the major issues that is of concern is the microwave paths that connect the tower sites together, and where you see configurations that have microwave paths that are blocked, and that will directly either impact the performance of the site or increase the cost of locating on that site, because alternate connectivity has to be obtained to that site through fiber or some other leased connection. The upfront costs, where you see them, consist of a couple of components. One is either, in the case of there being a leased line component, having to bring the last mile connection into some of those sites where the site's being built is not readily available to where the fiber node may be. It may be 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet away, and there has to be drilling and trenching of fiber to connect to that. Or in the case of the configurations where additional sites were requested, one of the requests made at last council was how many towers would it take if no tower was taller than 200 feet. And so in the cases of those additional towers, some of the upfront cost you see is the additional radio equipment that would be located at that tower site, and that is to give an idea of the overall capital upfront cost impact from each of those configurations. The ongoing costs are either the monthly or annual costs of the leased connection, the leased fiber connection, and the ongoing maintenance cost of the additional radio equipment that have to be located at that tower site. So those are the two components that you see, and I can differentiate between either of those if you have any additional questions.
I would encourage you, unless it's a specific point he's made, let him make the whole presentation, and we can cover.
Specific to that slide.
If it's specific to the slide, yes. Go back. If you go back to that slide.
So the row cost impact, what is Roswell's share? Or what percent or?
Ultimately, that would be up to the authority. I know that there's been discussions that have been raised as to whether the authority should bear that cost if that is a change request that is being made by the city of Roswell. But that is ultimately a decision that the authority would have to make, whether that would be shared at the percentages that the current infrastructure is set at, or if that cost would be borne 100% by the city, being a change request by the city.
That gets interesting.
But that is under discussion. There hasn't been any definitive action either way.
Councilmember Eichelhardt.
One specific as well. So the cost below there, is that the cost, for instance, on 77, is that the cost to eliminate the one-path block, or is
Correct.
that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That would be the upfront cost would be the cost to trench the fiber from the node that would be, in that particular case for 77, out on Holcomb Bridge Road, bring it into the park and connect it to the tower site, and then the ongoing cost of sustaining that connection going forward. And those are approximations. The actual would depend on exactly what configuration of telco or fiber connection that was selected. So those costs could go up or down depending on exactly what. But I tried to pick something that was a median cost.
Councilmember Diamond.
Yes, sir. On number 80, well, several of these, is there any accounting for the property costs over and above?
No, ma'am. This is purely just the capital expense of the equipment itself. For any sites that have not involved, the only one of which should be in that would be the Lackey Road, which is in discussion, and then there was a site that was in the maps was called Fake, just to fill in a spot. There wasn't sufficient time to investigate an alternate candidate in that area. If that configuration was advanced, there would be real estate cost either as a ground lease or an acquisition, yes.
if it's specific to this chart, I know we're going to cover a lot more information, and I'd rather get an organized fashion than try to present it through questions. Please proceed.
Of these alternative sites, though, how many of them are in Roswell?
Out of the alternative sites, I believe the only one that is not is the fictitious site that was picked up in Milton, and I believe that is the Bethany Road site.
So we're going to be looking at these sites in your presentation, showing where these are on a map.
Yes, sir.
If we can wait for the map, we'll see exactly where these sites are. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. So just to establish a baseline, and this came up in the last council meeting as well, this map denotes the current county sites, the current county configuration, and running the digital coverage equipment replacement off of those tower sites. So for purposes of comparison, this demonstrates what the county's proposed Phase 1 deployment would provide in terms of service. This would just simply be using their existing facilities and swapping out the equipment as has been contracted and moving forward. So this was included as a point of comparison, and it illustrates the areas, particularly there in the east along the river, where there is a great deal of deficiency from the
So the green is where you have coverage, and the white is where you do not have coverage.
You have less than public safety grade coverage in that area. Yes,
thank you.
So the first map is, again, as a comparison, this is the original design. So this is 400-foot towers at both Fire 6 and East Roswell at Fouts Road. So this was the original proposed design that was put together, and so this was the starting point. And so what I will do in the next successive slides, as I put up a different coverage map, what I will do is I have highlighted areas to draw attention to differences in the coverage as we move from map to map. So the first question was, what would happen if both of the towers were dropped to 200 feet? And so you see the different areas that are impacted, some in Roswell, some in Milton. Just simply by virtue of the fact that Fire 6 was also contributing to the north part of Alpharetta and Milton as well. But you see the areas of coverage that are opened up as those tower heights are dropped. Additionally to that, there are some problematic issues with the microwave paths as those tower sites are dropped. This is the microwave path from the North Milton site to Fire Station 6 on Cox Road. You see over on the left-hand side where what you're looking at is the red line represents the center line, as if you were on the tower looking towards the other tower. These microwave dishes have to see each other. They are point-to-point connections. The red line represents the center line of that transmission. The blue line represents the Fresnel zone, which these transmissions are egg-shaped as they come out of those dishes, and that entire egg transmission pattern has to clear terrain to properly communicate with the other tower. The green that you see is foliage, tree growth, and obstructions. We simulate this to denote where there's foliage in the path, and so you see where the center line is just barely clearing the trees, but the Fresnel zone is actually in it. This was problematic. This would indicate a path that would be blocked. It is possible you could go to that one location and try to clear it, but in likelihood this would be a path that is unacceptable for use. Additionally to that, this is the path at Fouts Road, and you see that the path Fouts Road to Morton Road, the Jones Bridge site, is very severely blocked at 200 feet. And that is particularly just as you see on the left-hand side where the hashes represent the terrain, and as the terrain drops off, we mentioned in the last meeting that ridge, and as you come down to the river and the terrain drops, not having towers on that side of the ridge is what causes the coverage problems that you see in the original Fulton County map. And so that same token, that makes it hard for the microwave to shoot out from there on shorter towers. So that is one of the considerations there. But that path is very, very severely blocked. No hope for anything with that one. Additionally, there is another, the other path that's blocked is from Fire Station 6 to the Verizon Amphitheater or the Hembry Road site. So if Fire Station 6, the Cox Road is dropped 200 feet, both of its paths out are blocked. So it is also very severely blocked. The second run relocated the Fire Station 6 to Lackey Road, which is a site that has not been procured but has been in discussion. There's an existing cellular compound there that is insufficient for use for the system, but could have a new tower site built there. But keeping the Fouts Road tower at 200. This still creates the problems along the river and in the west part of Roswell, but it does correct some of the problems as you go up towards Milton. You still have the path blockage because the Fouts Road site has not been changed. You still have that path blockage up to the Morton Road site. You do see that the Lackey Road alternative does clear the path to the site up in Cherokee, although just barely. In fact, that's actually is inside of the recommended safety margins. There is a recommended 20-foot clearance to allow for any future tree growth, and so we are actually inside of those safety margins. So there's a little, that's at 350 feet for Lackey, so you would actually want that to be just a little bit higher to clear safety margins, or put the dish at the very top of the tower, which is also not a desired configuration. Next run was keeping both the Fire Station 6 and Fouts Roads at 200 and then adding tower sites. So this was the specific request of if the tower sites were at 200 feet, how many would it take to reach equivalent coverage? And so the answer to that question is 2 additional tower sites. That was covered in the grid on the first slide, and you saw the additional impacts, cost impacts that were associated with that.
Could you point out where those additional tower sites are?
So there's 2 additional tower sites. You see one is at Hightower Road. There is city property there. That is a water tank site. The other that is labeled as fake is a location that's on Bethany Road. That was picked just from its central location to where the coverage problems that were created by lowering those tower heights were. There was not time to do enough due diligence to locate a municipally owned piece of property or a commercial site. So it was picked purely just for geography to fill in the hole to illustrate. So an actual tower site location would have to be researched and secured if that configuration was desired to move forward with. But that you can see that is moving on the north end of Alpharetta into Milton. That actual location is a horse pasture behind a house in a residential neighborhood. But this also, while the total aggregate coverage is equivalent to the original map, it does still have some small problems along the river and in the Mountain Park area. So those areas do still persist, even though it does correct a few holes on the west side around that Hightower Road site. Again, still have the blocked path for Fouts Road, because we have not raised that tower height up yet. And the path to the site that was on Bethany Road also has, and you can see that it has some severe blockages as well. So that would have to be obviously an alternate location found to make microwave path connectivity work. The other end of that path from Fire Station 6 would also be blocked. So a different configuration is that the Fire Station 6 was moved to Lackey Road, increased to 350. Fouts was increased to 350. There are no microwave path blockage issues, and the coverage is very nearly equivalent, with the only differences being a small area in Jones Bridge, which is outside of the authority's jurisdictions, and some additional holes that were opened up in West Roswell. But this configuration does not have any challenges with microwave connectivity to any of the sites. And this location drops Fouts back down to 200, keeping Lackey at 350, and adds Hightower back in Again, as an aggregate coverage, this would also provide an equivalent aggregate coverage, with the only two problems being the one in Jones Bridge, which is outside of jurisdictional boundaries, but the additional openings along the river that you see there near East Roswell Park. It does, again, still does not correct the microwave path blockage as before. I apologize that I believe I must have copied the wrong slide, but we did run additional maps for the 250 and the 350. I do have those in my laptop. If we want to see those, I can pull those up, but I can talk through those in the results we have.
You talk through them right now.
I can talk to them right now, and if there's question, anybody wants to see it, yes, I copied an older version to the thumb drive. My apologies. At 250. The coverage is marginally improved, but the microwave path is still blocked. It is the determination that the tower height would need to be, at Fouts Road, would need to be a minimum of 320 feet to clear terrain and clear the safety margins to meet. That's the minimum threshold that would be requested. And so that is to maintain all connectivity and all the safety margins as well. So those two variants are run, and I can provide those to council if desired.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yeah, Chuck, on the 320 on Fouts, would that allow Fulton County to be able to co-locate on that tower at that height?
They could. It would start to get a little crowded at the top because they're going to face the same challenges that we are. So again, you would want an extra 10 to 20 feet to allow them real estate to put their equipment, because they have to go at the same heights and go look at some of the same places.
And if Johns Creek decides to join us, then we would also have the issue of trying to find a co-location for Johns Creek on Fouts also.
Potentially, if they needed to put their own sticks on there as well. It would depend on where they would need in their coverage, but potentially. There is room within the compounds to locate them, but I believe that if the tower was at 350, there should be sufficient room.
Okay, thank you.
This time, do we have questions of council for the Comdex? Member Eigelhart.
Thank you. And I'm certainly not the engineer here, but looking at the way you've drawn the lines, just as an example, on Run 77, it starts at about 12:25, looks like, as the point heads up. Well, we'll wait till you get to there. Go back to the, that one, there you go. So about looks like those lines start at 12:25.
Yes, sir. So what you're looking at is the height of sea level. That's the elevation on the left.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And so if you then, it looks like if you just move those lines up to 1,300, is that not clear? The green?
So that's the 300 height, the 320 height.
That's not 275? Because it's only 75 feet higher than the 1225.
Again, I have the map. At 250, it's blocked, and at 300, it's clear. It's within the safety margins. So we needed to push it up to 320 to completely clear.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm going with what you're saying, but it looks like you draw these lines and 275 works.
So the challenge is the physics of the Fresnel zone, because it is an ellipsoid. Mm-hmm. What happens is, as you see it, it begins to curve downward. It's not a straight line, and so the center line clears. Yes, you're correct. The center line is going to clear before the bottom end of the Fresnel zone will clear, and that's the situation that you're seeing as you start to cross the 280, 290, 300, 310. It's the first thing will clear will be the center line, and then the Fresnel zone will start to clear behind that.
So 320 is that number.
That's the number that we recommend.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then relative to that, on the big sheet, you've got the one path is blocked, and in order to cover that, it's on here again 77. Just as an example, 20 to 40,000 for that, and then 25 to 50 more a year to operate. Is that the fiber optic side? And can you explain that?
Yes, sir. So we did a brief research, and just to understand what that is, we looked through brokers that are providing Metro Ethernet service into that area. The closest fiber node that was located is out on the Holcomb Bridge Road. So the initial cost would be to drill underground, direct bore fiber from that fiber node out on Holcomb Bridge Road back into the park. And then the ongoing cost is the annual cost to maintain that link. There's variation. I know that this has been brought up. It came up in discussions with citizen meetings as well as to what is used, because there's a lot of variability in what you could pick. What we did for comparison was the microwave network that has been purchased as part, or contracted for as part of the system, provides 155 megabit. All right, that's what is actually provided. That's what all the sites are providing. So when we looked at from a cost comparison standpoint, we wanted to compare like facilities with like facilities, so it's an apples-to-apples comparison. You can't buy a 155 megabit circuit. You can buy 100 and you can buy 1,000. You can buy fast Ethernet and gigabit. And so the numbers that you see are the bracketing of the 100 and the 1,000. 2,000 a month for fast Ethernet, 4,000 for gigabit. And so your actual cost will vary depending on what configuration you choose.
And then understanding that we are not the engineers, can you explain how the fiber optic part works versus if that's going to fill in, if that were be used to fill in that blockage, how does that work in terms of signals?
So what would happen is there would be, because the microwave path going out the other side was viable. And that would be the shot going back towards Morton Road, Morgan Falls. So the path would come microwave in, fiber out, would go fiber to the Morton Road, Jones Bridge. So the system is a ring. So imagine a big string that's tied around the tower points as you go around the ring. And every tower site that you see in the map, I could show you a constellation, and it just is little lines that connect all of those towers together. It's built in a ring for redundancy and protection purposes. What will happen is if there's a failure of one of those microwave paths, storm blows the dish off, tower falls down, whatever, and that path is broken, all the traffic will route going the other way. You give two paths in two different directions, and that protects the traffic for the whole system. And so when you're sizing these links, you have to understand that all of the traffic for every tower site has to be potentially going through that one link. So, for example, if I'm at Fouts Road and the path to Morgan Falls goes away, then all the traffic from all the tower sites is going to be coming back around through that Morton Road to Fouts fiber link, and that's why that has to be sized equivalent to the rest of the system.
I actually understand that. But I guess my key question was, does that, though, in the actual operation on a daily basis, provide the service that's needed in that block?
That is what connects the towers together. It's what makes the systems function. If the towers are severed from that link, they go dark, is what happens. In a simulcast system where all the towers are transmitting together, if one tower site is separated from the others, it goes to sleep by design, because if it doesn't and it tries to transmit, it'll be out of sync with its others, and it will cause destructive interference, and it will be very garbled, and the system will sound like it's talking over itself. And so by design, if a tower site loses contact with its peers, it goes to sleep, and you lose coverage in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt. No, Councilmember Orleans.
It's not that late yet, Jerry. So I guess tell me the pros and cons of number 77. And it's strictly the potential of the microwaves that could go down and be compromised?
So if you're speaking specifically with, if we keep Fouts at 200 and we go to a fiber link as opposed to using microwave, okay? So the reason why public safety prefers microwave, and that's not to say that every public safety agency in the country exclusively uses it, but the vast majority of public safety systems in this country use microwave, and that's for a couple of different reasons. It provides the most reliable connection that you can get between tower sites, and that's why they use it. The other reason why they use it is that in the event of a disaster, it is much more rapidly restored and can be restored by technicians that are under contract to maintain the systems all the time. So once the system is built, a maintenance agreement is entered into with the technical service to maintain the system. Those technicians have the ability to restore those microwave links should something fail, whereas if something happens to the fiber connection, you're at the mercy of whoever the telco is. So I'll give an example of one that I had experience with in the state of Tennessee a few years ago. They had some bad tornadoes come through. One struck in Memphis, and it knocked down the State Highway Patrol's main tower for the Memphis district, which was their main microwave hub. So all the tower sites in that district were coming back into that site in Memphis, and the tower was knocked down by the tornado. They were not using microwave, or the ones that were not using microwave, all the telco links that were coming in there hubbed there. And so once that tower went down, all the sites connected to it went dark. They got AT&T on the phone and asked them how long it would take them to restore the site, and they said 2 to 3 months. And so that site with some spread spectrum microwave was back up on the air in less than 48 hours. So it's much more rapid to restore a microwave link should you have a problem. It's an issue of you have total control, and the gear itself will be much more reliable. You don't have to worry about construction crews digging it up or damaging it, or somebody doing something with it like that.
So in that circle you were explaining, if this example was used, you'd have to have the fiber running from this location to the next ones in that circle.
In this particular configuration, it would connect between the Fouts Road site and that JBSBA, which is the Morton Road site. Yes, sir, that's correct. That link would now no longer be microwave, it would be fiber. And so you would be connecting between both of those locations.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, sir.
Actually, I did have one.
Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I'm not sure if you're the right one to answer, but as I understand, Fulton County is looking, or uses the 800 megahertz, and this system's looking at 7, and that has some height differences that associated with that?
There are restrictions with which the 700 megahertz spectrum can be used outside of the jurisdictional boundaries with which it is assigned. So the Georgia Technology Authority, who is the state frequency coordination authority for the state of Georgia, which is empowered by the FCC to allocate frequencies to users. The 700 megahertz spectrum is allocated on a county-by-county basis. And so each county there's a published plan at the state, and you can look up which county has which frequencies. And when they do that, what is done is the frequencies are reused. So because there's only a finite number of them, and there's not enough, particularly in Georgia where you have so many counties, the frequency reuse becomes very, very challenging. And that's done to preserve so that in the future everyone has an equal opportunity to build one of these systems. And so they put very strict rules in place that say that you cannot, you have a very small buffer outside the county boundaries in which your signal can radiate out beyond a certain signal strength, signal level. Otherwise, it would potentially interfere with that other county that's reusing those same frequencies farther away. And so that's a restriction of the 700 megahertz and some portion of the 800 megahertz, but the ones that the county are using are the older 800 megahertz, which were put in place before those restrictions were there, and so they are not faced with some of the same restrictions that these frequencies are.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Comdex? Thank you, sir.
This is the basic coverage map for the coverage that we use every day currently on our radio system. There was been some talk about a proposed tower on Hightower Road. That is a location of a water tank. It's city-owned property. It's roughly 128 feet wide by 900. So it's a good-sized lot. You can see the red dot is the approximate location of the water tower. The purpose of this slide is just to show the number of subdivision lots and homes around that tower. Here you can just see a Google Earth shot of the tower and a proposed location, the water tank, and a proposed location of not a proposed location, but a possible location of a tower on High Tower Road, and just a number of homes that surround that proposed or possible tower. The water tank is 145 feet tall. The talk of a tower, radio tower at this location would be a 200-foot radio tower. So the radio tower would be 55 feet above the top of this water tower. Then the next few slides are just more shots, photos of the water tank and homes in the area. And again, this is just our current radio coverage of the Fulton County system. What this map indicates is a tower, a 300-foot tower at Fouts Road in the coverage that you would see. And the coverage is very, very good. If we were to push the tower back to the back side of that property near the rec center, it would be a 300-foot tower, which means the elevation would be essentially the same as a 300-foot tower toward the front of the property. What this shows are locations north of Holcomb Bridge Road that we actually looked at in addition to the Fouts Road property. And since I don't have something to forward, I'm going to go ahead and just forward everything through here instead of doing it one at a time. You can see there's a Scott Road property on the lower right side, Cole's property, their Fulton County Board of Education property, American Tower property, and a self-storage property. For various reasons, most of these have been excluded. There's only one that has not been excluded yet, but it has not necessarily been vetted out completely. So we still have some issues with that particular location. These are locations that we looked at south of Holcomb Bridge Road. You can see the disc golf and also the post office as well as the Fouts Road property. The post office location, there's an existing tower there it's not, I believe it's like a 125-foot tower. It's not adequate in height to provide coverage for us at that location. The two disc golf course locations are adequate sites. If you look at the yellow indicates, I'm sorry, the green indicates the front location of the Fouts Road property. You would see that height, that would be 1,100 feet elevation. It would be 260 feet to the closest home, which is the home on Fouts Road, just south of that piece of property. And it would be 484 feet from 2265 12 Stone Drive, which is the residence in the red circle. At the back of that Fouts Road location near the rec center, you're 516 feet from the closest home, which is that house located on the south of the Fouts Road property on Fouts Road, and you're 725 feet from the 12 Stone property that's circled in red. As you know, we did a balloon test at the Fouts Road location, and this is the location of a 350-foot balloon on that property. And what we did is we had a company take this photo and impose a tower onto the photo using the top of the balloon as the top of the tower. So it's not a guesstimate of where the 350 feet would be as the top. And that's what this photo indicates. So the top of that tower is where the top of the balloon was located. And this is a photograph taken from the 12 Stone pool area. This is the location of a 350-foot tower. I'm not sure what this address is, to be honest with you, but it's taken back into the 12-Stone subdivision. And you can't see the tower because that red circle indicates where the tower would be if you could see it, but it's blocked by trees. And they superimposed the tower onto the or into the photo, and now you can see where the tower would be located and what you'd be able to see should the trees be removed from the back of that property. And then this is the photograph from the front of the rec center indicating what the tower would look like from the front of the rec center at 350 feet. So essentially, after doing all of the evaluation, I determined there were essentially 3 locations that were going to be best suited for the tower. It would be the Fouts Road location at the rear of the property, the East Roswell Park disc golf hole number 4, and also hole number 8. As you can see, the elevation for the different properties are all very, very similar. 1050 for Fouts Road, 1080 for golf number 4, and 1060 for golf number 8, and that's feet. You can also see the distance from a proposed tower to the nearest residence. Fouts Road rear property would be 516 feet. The golf number 4 would be 397 feet, and golf number 8 would be 770 feet. All 3 are city-owned properties, so it wouldn't cost any additional funds to purchase the property. Also, Fouts Road would be a 350-foot tower and be closer to the river basin. And for that reason, I recommend Fouts Road location pushed back close to the rec center as the preferred, or as the recommendation for the tower on the east side.
Is that because you get better coverage of the entire area?
It's better coverage, yes, sir. Better coverage and better for public safety.
Thank you, sir. Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Price.
Is there a functional distinction or even a legal distinction between city-owned property and East Roswell Park property?
I don't know that I know the legal distinction between the two.
Well, I mean, we're distinguishing among them as if that makes a difference. I know there was something in the notes that seemed to indicate that. Wait a minute, where was it? Well, it was in the executive summary, so that was what you provided, I believe.
Well, it would be my understanding. The way you asked the question, it confused me. Whether it's park property or property purchased by the city that is not park property, it would be owned by the city. Is that what you were asking?
Just that I know that the Recreation and Parks Commission sent something around saying please don't put anything on park property. And this Fouts Road property is sort of within the park, but for whatever reason it's being designated city-owned property instead of East Roswell Park property. I'm just trying to figure out.
It is adjacent. I'm sorry.
I mean, is there really a difference?
I see a distinction. It is city-owned property adjacent to the park,
where
the two disc golf course.
I mean, can we get a legal answer? Is there a distinction?
If you could give us your question, we might get your answer. What is your question?
My question is there a difference between East Roswell Park property and city-owned property?
They are both city-owned property. The East Roswell Park is designated as park property. The Fouts Road property is not designated as park, so it is just city-owned property at this time.
But the intention when it was purchased was to be within the park, was it not? And it sort of is with, isn't it bounded on 3 sides by a park and 1 side by a road?
It was not the intention. That was never discussed. You know, it would be up to y'all to decide what your intention was when you bought it. You never designated it as park property. It wasn't in the contract to be called park property. So that would be up to this council to decide.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Thank you. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I'm not sure if it's for the chief, because it's more on the locations that are all the other options, because the whole question here is where should this go? I think nobody's questioning that we need to have the radio service, so that's not the issue. Where can it go and how can it have the least impact? So looking at some of these others, again in the Fouts area, you have elevations that are actually higher than or very close to the Fouts Road site. The Fouts alternative is the one that we're really looking at is 1050 by the chart here. And for instance, the self-storage is 1082, the school board is 1100, behind Cole is 1100, American Tower 1075. So we're talking close. And I understand there are some issues with some of those. I guess, and I had asked some other questions previously that I don't want to bring them all out all over again, but basically, do we have to have a 100 by 100 space for the base? And I think the answer is yes, or at least that 10,000 square feet doesn't necessarily have to be a square. It can be any configuration of being able to figure that out. And you know, the American Tower and self-storage, there actually is that much space to squeeze that in there. That I went and looked at that today. I know there are other issues about what's there right now and whether that's full. And I've asked that question before, whether, yes, it's full at that level, at the 150 or whatever that number is. We're obviously going higher than that. So can they not be replaced on that same tower so that it's in basically that, for lack of a better term, more industrial area? So that, you know, that's some of the things I'm asking, whether or not we've really figured out how those could work. And I'm not sure that's a fair question for you, but for somebody.
Councilmember Wynn might have an idea.
I think what we need to do is go through, if you want to, Councilmember Eichelhardt, is go through the ones that we're looking at right now and give you the reasons. It's just not the elevation. It's other mitigating factors. How come these sites are not the preferred sites? And I would like to have, since Ms. Love has been in the beginning, have her kind of give an overview of each of those sites. And if there's any other detailed information you want on any of the sites, we'll be glad to answer those questions.
Ms. Love.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Chuck Bethea from Comdex to approach the podium because there are some technical issues from an engineering standpoint that they've taken a look at it. Public storage will eliminate probably the easiest ones. First, like Coles, the property is not available. Currently, it would not be available until 2014 for a potential lease. We don't know if we would be able to lease it. The authority for that purpose, so from a timeline of the project, that doesn't work. We don't know other things about the site, but that's what we know related to the property owners. It is tied up it is legally tied up in a form of litigation at the moment. Related to the American Tower, it's already there. That tower is, we have talked to them, that site is very tight. That's not one that we would recommend. Next door to it, we have spent an inordinate amount of time looking at the self-storage facility there, that property. It's tight as well, and I'm going to let Chuck from Comdex talk about the aspects of how a tower could be constructed there. There's also another aspect of development that is in that area that we need to address.
So we just finished, I was out there this afternoon with the construction crew doing a survey. We just finished getting this done today. We've been doing some due diligence on this for a couple of weeks, trying to determine constructability. This site is very tight, and the access is the primary issue here. To construct a tower the size that we need requires large drill equipment and crane equipment, and there was a lot of concern. The access into that site is through that self-storage unit. And so there was a lot of concern as to whether between those gates and within that little space between the existing American Tower and the potential compound, would there be enough room to maneuver the drill rig to dig the foundations. The other part is there's a lot of grading, and there's no room, whether it be from the grading perspective or from hauling out the spoils, which is the dirt that is removed from the tower foundations when you dig them. There's nowhere to distribute that on the property, so that would have to be loaded in dump trucks and hauled off, which is additional cost, plus a retaining wall. There's actually a slope, a 2-to-1 slope as you go right there from Scott Road down into that. There's actually a 15-foot, 10-15-foot elevation change. And to carve out the compound size we need, there'd be a retaining wall there, so additional cost and complexity. Plus the crane that would be required to stack the tower steel would have to be set up on Scott Road, and that would incur a couple of 2 of those lanes would have to be closed while the tower steel was being constructed, and we'd have to use that dirt parking lot that you see there on the corner. That's the Board of Education property, which my understanding is that property is being sold. And so there's a question of availability. So the final determination today was that self-storage could potentially be constructed, but there are a lot of constructability issues and additional cost that would be incurred with building that. It's not an ideal site.
So you're talking building a second tower next to the existing tower?
That's correct, because the American Tower that's there is a fairly short monopole, and it is completely loaded.
Right, I understand. So maybe that's the technical question there. Those cannot be refigured onto the taller tower at the lower height?
They could potentially be, and that's been a discussion with the American Tower site owner, that potentially they would, and I think that there's been some discussion of whether they would be in agreement to, if we put a tower in there, they would relocate, because they are at a height that would not interfere with the operations of the authority.
Right, that's my point. All right, thank you.
Other questions for Comdex? Anything further to present?
I would like to have Captain Sweeney, because I'm hearing fiber optics as an alternative. And I know that you have walked that area, what we would have to do, and the issues about using fiber optics on the Founts Road.
Yes, ma'am. You've heard Mr. Bethea speak to redundancy and the self-healing properties of microwave. And to put one microwave drop in, you would, in essence, come from Holcomb Bridge Road down to the site on Fouts. The issue is that there is no backup for that piece of fiber. If you look right now, if in the same scenario with dual microwave paths, if the tower was at 350 feet, there are two completely different sets of radios that broadcast out in different directions. And each one of those radios has redundant receivers and transmitters in them with failover. So if one fails, it immediately falls over to the other, and I can speak from experience with our existing system. You see no interruption at all. It sends a tone to the people that maintain it, so forth. So to get the same amount of service from fiber optics, we would actually have to put in and insist upon putting in 2 fiber drops, which would actually double the cost of some of the proposals that we've looked at. That would involve coming in from 2 different directions. The primary one would be coming down Fouts Road from Holcomb Bridge. That's the obvious. The other one, because it's surrounded with a residential area, is to have to go across the park. We would either direct burial, or they would push it with the orange pipes that you see all over town, where they push it underground with special equipment. We would have to go through the park over to Eves Road, and that is only if there is another node available. You wouldn't run it to the same node, because you still have the potential point of failure if that node goes down. So it's a lot like 911 centers when they build them. They go to Georgia Power and they ask for feeds from 2 different circuits. So if a Holcomb Bridge Road, a pole goes down, the power that we have coming in from Marietta from 120 is still there, so we stay up. And that's the same thought process behind the fiber. But I also caution that from our experience here at the police department, we have multiple Metro Ethernet drops that go in, and everything north and the north side goes through Dunwoody. So if anything fails on some of those others, you just have that potential point of failure that's always there.
And I know Mr. Bethea said about a tornado hitting, but didn't we have a conversation about if we go through the park, even if a tree falls over, whatever, uproots, we could have the problem of the fiber optics being in jeopardy?
Absolutely. It depends on how we bring it in. If it's overhead, certainly that is the case. If it's direct burial, it's a little bit more limited, but you also have the problems with people coming in there and digging on the utilities, so on and so forth. That still doesn't take away from, if it's buried down Fouts Road, that if it's aerial out on Holcomb Bridge and something falls down out there, then we still go down. I think you can, people with cable TV can understand that usually a lightning storm comes to town, or if we have a high windstorm, trees go down, they take down the cable, you're down for a while. The same exact thing is going to happen with fiber.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Appreciate it.
I'd like to get a clarification here for what the alternatives that this council is looking at and that are trying to get good coverage, public safety grade coverage. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to try to go see what our alternatives are, just trying to get them all on the table. One is a 350-foot tower somewhere in the vicinity of Fouts Road. And now, we're not talking about Lackey. I'm talking about covering the Holcomb Bridge Road area.
Right. East Roswell.
Right. One option is a 350-foot tower.
Correct.
Somewhere, it could be on Fouts Road, somewhere on the park. It could be near the American Towers. That's one option. Now, what are the other options to get coverage east of 400?
There was a 200-foot tower at, and Chuck, help me to recall all this, a 200-foot tower at Fouts Road, but that would also require a 200-foot tower at Hightower Road.
And did that require another 200-foot tower in Johns Creek?
Not in Johns Creek. There was one that...
bring up the map just so we're clear here. I'm just trying to get everything on the table here so we know what the options are. My council is going to have to choose which one of those options to pick, but I want to try to get a definition of what the options are. And council, if you've got other options that you think might work on it, put them on the table. So we've got 350 feet in the Fouts Road area. That's one option.
That's correct.
What are the other options that we think will give us the coverage we need?
There was another option with a 200-foot tower at Hightower Road and at Bethany Road, Bethany being up in Milton.
And Fouts. That'd be 3 towers.
Correct. And then there was another option of a...
So we got the 350-foot tower option. We got the 3 200-foot tower option, which does require fiber optic connection. Are there other options that we're looking at? And if council has other options they think need to put on the table, let me see. I'm not the engineer. I'm just trying to put what your choices are. Councilman Eichelhardt, you got some other ideas?
Well, as long as what you just said includes, that general area that also has the storage and...
Right. I talked about 350 feet in the Fouts Road area. It could be at American Towers. It could be on the city property. There may be something else.
Quick calculations, which I understand may not pan out. It's 300 at that point to have the same elevation, and I understand it's a little further back, so it could have some issues relative to going over to the river.
Well, just get a clarification. If we put it at American Towers, do we know what height it needs to be to get the
400 feet?
400 feet is what we would recommend.
400 feet is what is recommended.
Versus 350 feet if it's Fouts Road.
Right.
So,
and there is that 300-foot option at Fouts Road, but that's closer to the road, and I don't think that's preferred by anyone.
Somewhere between 300 and 400 feet in the Fouts Road area.
Okay.
I mean, it's 400 at one, 350 at one, 300 at one.
Right.
And that's sort of one direction to go in. The other direction this council could potentially go in would be 3 200-foot towers.
Which I would not recommend at all.
I understand. I'm just trying to get the council to understand the range of options. Now, Comdex, is there some other feasible options to talk about? I know that I don't want to give that, or is somewhere in between these two, for example. Could I have a 2-tower option versus the 3-tower option?
The only other configuration that we have looked at it would be a 2-tower combination that would 2 towers in exchange of Fouts Road. One would be that high tower in addition, but the other would be down at Fire Station 7, which is actually on the river. The biggest challenge with that is a extremely high risk from a regulatory permitting. It is within 700 feet of the river, so it is...
And how high would that one have to be?
400 feet. And that one would have to be 400 feet to clear the path, because being actually on the river, it is the lowest point in the area. So the tower would have to be at least that just to clear the microwave shot back. The problem with that is, as I said, it's 700 feet to the river, so getting the NEPA, the environmental permitting, would be extremely challenging, just being that close to the river. The other part, from a constructability standpoint, is the water table would be very high, and our estimates are it would double the cost of the foundation on that tower, just simply because you would have to be using a different method of construction to combat the high water table. The other two things that are of issue is, one is it's down by the river, it is at flood risk. So that would be a threat as well.
So as I understand what the question of this council, if we wish to put, whether it's Roswell or Fulton County, we're going to need a tower somewhere. Is that
Correct.
A fair statement?
That's a fair statement. And that was discussed in the meeting
And
today.
so to cover east of 400, we're going to need, and the rest of Roswell near the river, we're going to need to put a 300 to 400-foot tower somewhere in the Fouts Road area.
The Fouts Road area has presented the best geographic location.
Best geographic
of all the
and
towers.
height.
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about 3 possible locations ranging from 300 to 350 to
That's correct.
to 400 feet. Well, 300 feet to 400 feet.
The original design was 400, and we.
Now that American Towers, how high was that one?
The existing tower, what we would propose.
No, the American Tower is next to the storage.
That's correct.
How high would that one have to be?
We would recommend that we would build a 400 foot.
Yeah,
if
so
we're
it's
going to go
300 feet the middle of on the golf course disc range, 350 feet rear on Fouts Road, which y'all are recommending are 400 feet at American. That's the 1-tower option.
That's correct.
The 3-tower option is high tower, Fouts, and somewhere
in Milton.
Well, in Johns Creek. On Milton? Bethany Road. That would be in Milton. That's another option. And the third option, which you really think is going to be very difficult, would be down on the river, 400-foot tower.
That one is very risky.
Very risky. All right. I just wanted to sort of put that on the table for council. If we're going to build a tower, those appear to be the options to me. If y'all have some other options, I'm open to it, but I want to try to at least focus the conversation on that. Other comments from council? We're going to open it up for public discussion before we entertain a motion. Councilmember Price.
Irrespective of the desirability of the location from a personal perspective, from a financial perspective, if it's not inside the city of Roswell, what are the losses of revenues in the leasing arrangement with the radio authority?
Sorry, asking the question.
I don't think that would be the Comdex. Kay might be able to answer that. We are anticipating if it's in the city of Roswell and it's used by the authority, they would potentially lease the property to them and put the tower on. We have not discussed it, but Kay, you might try to attempt to answer that question.
The leases that the authority has been entering into on existing towers range from $2,500 to $3,500 for dirt or ground lease. We're probably looking in the...
Is that annual or monthly?
Monthly. For a ground lease, we're looking at probably $2,000 to $2,200, but that has not been negotiated, so I can't tell you what the anticipated quote-unquote loss of revenues would be.
And again, do you have any knowledge of that row at the bottom, what the impact would be of any of those to our bottom line?
Related to the cost impact, I think it goes back to the question of who's going to bear those costs if those are selected or approved options. Roswell pays 32% of the cost for the authority, so if you look at the budget, it's $16 million. So the items that show red for the microwave blocks that require some type of remedy, those are not budgeted. So the recommendation that's before you are ones that are in budget. So what would first have to be determined is how much over budget that would make us be, and the authority would have to decide, is it going to be a cost sharing, or because there is another viable solution that's within budget, would they request that Roswell pay that? That has not been, nothing has been finalized because Mayor and Council have not made a decision regarding the sites in Roswell yet.
My math is terrible, and I'm not good at charts. So if you could help me go back to these examples. The 350-foot or 300 to 400-foot tower in the Fouts Road area.
Yes, sir.
What is the range of that, of the cost might be for the tower and the equipment?
So if the 350-foot option, which is the 350-foot tower behind the rec center, is selected, that is a no-cost impact. That is within the budgeted cost.
No, but what would that budgeted cost be, so I can use it apples to apples?
In terms of the absolute cost of constructing the site?
Construction of the site and the equipment. What's the number going to be for that?
Probably construction of the site plus the equipment, you're looking at something around 1.5, 1.6 million off the cuff.
1.6 million. And I presume at the 300 feet it would be a little bit less because it's less height.
Yes, sir.
At 400 feet it would be more because it's higher and all those site costs.
Yes, sir.
So, but one would be more than 1.6, one would be less than 1.6, but it's not going to be $1 million off.
No, sir.
Now, if I go to the 3 200-foot towers.
Yes, sir. So the 3 200-foot towers, you're looking at the additional equipment on the ground and that's the run 80, that column 80 that you see. The 1.5 million represents the 2 additional sites worth of equipment, plus you could probably build the 2 200-footers for the 1 400-footer, so you only have 1 additional 200-foot tower.
I'm just trying to get a total cost. I'm talking about 1.6 for the 1 tower option, 3 tower option.
So 1.6 for the 1 tower. Total budgeted cost for that one would be
3 tower option.
Probably about 3.5 million total.
3.5 million, roughly for the
3.5 million. I'm
roughly for the 3 tower option.
I'm talking off the cuff, but somewhere between 3 and 3.5 billion would be my estimate.
Councilmember Wynn.
That does not include land purchase if necessary.
No, I'm just speaking of the towers and the equipment.
Construction cost.
Construction cost.
Thank you.
And I don't know what the land costs, but if it takes about the same footprint, whether it's 200 feet or 300 feet, right? So the land cost would be three times as much if it's 3 pieces of land. And you don't, roughly. So, all right, just wanted to get those facts on the table. If that helps the council and looks at the relatively cost, and then you've got then you've got an annual operating cost for the
actual, it will cost you around $50,000 per additional site of annual maintenance. And that's
so what's it cost for the 1 tower annual?
Every tower will run you about $50,000.
So the 1 tower is about 50. 3 towers is about 150.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily, but I'm getting to shares. That's the cost to the taxpayers in North Fulton, maybe not the city of Roswell. Overall, it's going to cost more. Whether it would cost us more or cost our neighbors a third of that is to be argued. Other questions for these gentlemen? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. I had a technical question about the microwave and fiber optic connections. Under scenario 77, there was 1 path that would require fiber optic, but I guess that means there's 2 other microwave paths. Is that how that works, or is it only fiber optic, or is it a combination of fiber optic and microwave?
So if you step back and look at the entire system would be a mix of microwave and fiber. The fiber would be used for the one link. So if I bring up, so if I look at this map, okay, the link that we would be talking about that would be fiber would be from East Roswell Park to the JBSBA. That's the Morton Road Jones Bridge site. If you drew a point between those two triangles, that link would be fiber.
Is this a 350-foot tower?
Yes, sir.
So
Well, that particular one is 400, that's the base, but it could be the 350-footer that we're
So
considering.
if we put a 300, I'm trying to look at these options available to council. If we
You don't need the fiber until you go
at
below
350 feet, we don't need the tower.
Yes, sir. That's
But if
right.
we use the 200-foot, if we use the 3-tower option,
You have to have the fiber.
one link, how many
Or-
links do we need?
That particular, for the 3-tower option, which was run 80, you have 3 paths that are blocked. So in that particular case, you'd have to have 3 fiber links.
Mr. Mayor, my question was, do you have a mix of microwave and fiber on a single tower? I'm just trying to understand how the system
You
works.
would in that
not
particular
picking any-
case. At the Fouts Road, you would have a mix. Depending on the others, I believe both of the shots in and out of that Bethany Road were blocked, and so that one would be exclusively fiber if you built it there, but we've already said that we would search for a better alternative for that one.
So, I guess to get very specific on Fouts, if we lowered that, we'd have one path that was fiber, and then we'd have one path that was microwave?
In that particular configuration, yes.
All right, so if the fiber went down, we would still have the microwave, but we wouldn't have a backup to the microwave.
Just to be clear, when you say that particular configuration, let's be clear what that particular configuration, because
particular
I'm not clear yet.
The particular configuration is the Fouts Road at 200 feet behind the rec center.
And the two more 200-foot towers?
Regardless of whether there's additional towers or not, if Fouts Road is lowered to 200, that site will require fiber regardless of what's going on at the other sites.
If it's 200 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
I apologize. I got it now.
What I'm trying to understand is the redundancy, and I know there's a concern about safety, and if the fiber goes out, we have an issue. But I guess in that particular location, we could have fiber on one path, but we would have microwave on the other paths. So does that somehow lessen the concern about
It helps.
the fiber?
It helps.
But there's still a concern that you're going to have redundant microwave paths?
That's the desired configuration. That is the preferred configuration. Because you want to be in a situation where you're not in an extended restoration time on that fiber link, because at that point you are in a non-redundant, non-protected configuration at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Price.
Option 82, which includes the Lackey Road addition, why is that not showing as any extra cost?
Because all the microwave shots work and there are no additional towers needed beyond the 2 that were originally budgeted.
But it's a different location that we don't own.
This is capital construction cost. This did not take into account any property cost. That's outside of my purview.
Okay, but from our perspective, there is an extra cost in terms of leasing that and a loss of revenues from the other one.
That would be up for the city to procure that property, but yes.
So green meaning go means go plus some more cost.
Well, the green is specifically along the line that indicates whether or not the microwave paths are blocked.
I understand.
Yes, Councilmember DiPolito.
Just for a follow-up question to Councilmember Price, if we were to go with an alternate non-city-owned price, the lease would then just be not with the city, but on city-owned property, there's still a lease, so there's still a cost to the system. It's really...
It's a wash.
It's the same cost to the overall radio system. It's just whether the city gets the revenue or whether a private property owner gets the revenue. But the cost is the same. Is that correct?
All right, before I go to the public hearing, I'm going to take a break. But I wanted the council to finish up with their questions before we go to a break. Any other questions or comments from council before we go to a break and then a public hearing? Seeing no hands up, we're going to take a 5-minute break, which I will ask you to come back in 5 minutes. It'll be 10 before you get back. The public hearing, there was some additional information we wanted to put on the table, and I think Kay Love has something to share with us.
Yes, and Chuck, I'll let you make your way to the podium so we don't waste very valuable time. One aspect there, I think some confusion related to the options that have been discussed related to public storage, and then adjacent to that is another parcel of property, the American Tower. Another item that is on the table, it's actually on our agenda later tonight, it's a zoning matter, and the property, it's a vacant property, and Chuck, you referred to it as Fulton County Board of Ed property. That property has sold and is being developed. That is a development called Centennial Walk. It is an 82 single homes and approximately 25 townhomes and some retail space. So I believe that item will be deferred off the agenda tonight should the council move forward with that request for deferral. However, that is a consideration as we look at those sites. Chuck, would you clarify the difference in those two sites?
Okay.
So
different issues. Map, just so we can refer to the map.
You can actually, if you zoom in on this one, Windows is playing with us, but you can see, there we go. All right, so the American Tower site is the compound. You can see the buildings and the tower right there. And then the other property that we're talking about is right there. So the American Tower site is not viable. The monopole is too short, it is too loaded, and obviously, as you can see, there is no space in that compound. It is completely full. So what has been discussed is the storage site that we're talking about is to build a compound out of that area right there, that irregular shaped space, to go all the way back, cut into that grade as you go back to the road. The shelter would be very likely located alongside the building. Right back here. That would be we would locate the shelters alongside there. The tower would be pushed all the way back to the road. That's the best location that we found when I was doing the evaluation with the construction team. Their opinion was that would be the best from a constructability, because the crane would be accessing it from Scott Road. So the steel would have to be stacked coming from there. We would do a lane closure. The crane with the outriggers would actually close both lanes. You would have to route all the traffic over to the other side. But then the crane would lift the steel up and over. We would take segments and carry them one at a time over to the crane. That's the difference between those two sites. And so that storage site is extremely tight. It is not a desired configuration.
If I could ask a follow-up, but you're correct. Obviously, that existing pole is not high enough and it's full, but that was my point. If you did actually rebuild and you could actually put all there, put them back on the lower level, you're talking the same area.
In that particular property, there's not room to rebuild that tower. I apologize, or I now understand what your question is. There's not room to. If you did, you could, but there's not room to put it there. There's, as you start to, if what you're not seeing real well in that picture is, as you go on the southwest side of that fence, that's a retention pond that goes down in there. And so you've got no room off the back side of there to build that tower.
But why are you building two towers? I thought that was my question, whether if you have the large tower in our cities up here, aren't you putting those back on the existing tower at a lower height?
You would not be, you'd be away from the shelters, the carriers would stay where they were. They would have, unless you picked up all of those shelters and moved them over near the tower, you'd be introducing a good bit more transmission line loss because you'd be running a distance from those existing shelters and cabinets over to the new tower. Plus, there'd just be the additional cost of those new transmission line runs. So the question would be, are you driving at, is that something that you would say that the carriers would bear the cost of relocating that equipment if the new tower was built? There's significant cost in relocating all those carriers over to a new tower.
I guess that's, I don't understand the new tower. It's going back in the same spot.
It'd be going alongside. It'd be going next to it. But
it can't be more than 50 feet from there. Is there really that much degradation? Because some of them are going to be that far away anyway, if you have that big a space.
It depending on how they've got it balanced right now. You run your coverage predictions based on what the line loss is to the tower that you're running it on, and so if they have enough reserve power in the transmitters, it could potentially, or it may not. That would be a question for them. Plus the additional cost that they would have. I question what their motivation would be to abandon that tower. And again, American Tower is a revenue-generating company. They would not want to. They would raise concerns with the county or the city, using tax money to build something that would potentially take revenue away from them.
Well, they would keep all the same.
I'm sorry?
Why would they not continue to operate that tower and keep those same revenues from the ones that are already there?
Is it possible, Kent, that the cost to move from one tower to the next would exceed any cost savings, and tearing down a tower, you're adding to the cost rather than saving the cost by tearing?
So you would...
Perhaps.
Right.
We don't know what that is.
What you would do is let me walk through the sequence and make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you would build the new tower, and you would build it alongside so that they could maintain their existing service during your construction period. Once that tower is built, pull everything down off the monopole, put it up on the new tower, and then remove the existing monopole. Is that?
I don't know if that's the process, but essentially, yes.
That's the end result that you're trying to get to.
Yes.
Okay. So the additional costs that you would be incorporating in that would be the cost of the material and labor to relocate, because you'd have to use new transmission line. Once you pull a transmission line off the tower, it's not reusable. You have to put new transmission line on the new tower, plus the labor to do that, plus the labor then to remove that existing monopole.
I'm not questioning any of those. You don't have to go through line by line, because I agree with that. So I guess, do we know what that cost is?
No.
So,
but it's non-trivial. It's significant.
Well, we were talking earlier that it was a big cost to do $80,000, and frankly, out of a $16 million system, $80,000 is not big. So, okay, that's what we know at this point.
Can I shed some light on this?
Please.
I've personally had several phone conversations with the representative from American Tower and a lengthy face-to-face meeting with Chief Salt from Sandy Springs. And we posed several options to them, and one of them was the replacement of that tower with a 400-footer. They went to their engineering staff, and they are not interested. It's not up for negotiation. The cost to them to take that system down and the interruption to their paying customers far outweighs the benefits from them putting in a tower for us at that location. That's why we quit looking at that site.
Other questions? Is there any additional information we have that we'd like to get out before we go to public hearing?
No, sir. Instead, Brad, if you just can zoom out so we can see that in red is where the proposed new development is going. Am I correct? Thank you.
All right. At this time, if you'd like to have any questions or you'd like to make any comments, we'll hear from you. There is a 5-minute time limit. The green light will come on when you come, and the yellow light comes on at 2 minutes, red light when it's time for you to sit down. If you're going to be speaking, I'd like you to move toward the front. If you'd raise your hand, I'll recognize you. Come forward, please. Give us your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sylvia Morrow Noken. Good to see y'all again. The one thing that I'm coming away from this meeting with is it seems that we don't know why we're here. I understand we're here to vote on a tower location, but what tower? What height, what size, what location? The agenda specifies that we are voting to approve the Fouts Road Tower. Is that why we're here, to approve a tower, or are we here to identify a solution? I don't think we've given notice of why we're really here, and we certainly have many things on the table to talk about. A couple of things that have come to mind as I've listened to the questions each of you have asked. Number one, the cost of the change. Should it be shared by the many participants in the authority, or should Roswell solely bear the cost? As I understand this project, as it's been explained to me, it's interconnected. Everything's got to talk to everything else. I think we've all seen the examples tonight of where everything's got to go this way and that way, redundancies and all that. So it seems to me it's such an interconnected system that it is a shared cost system. And there's no reason for Roswell to single-handedly bear the cost of complying with its own zoning ordinances. As it is, and with all due respect, it feels as though Roswell's being pimped out to Sandy Springs, Alpharetta, and Milton. We are bearing the burden of 3 towers. 2 of them are proposed in residential locations. To me, those are unacceptable alternatives to put these towers in a residential area. Now, you'll tell me with all these iterations we've talked about that that's the only one that's possible, that's the only one that's feasible, that's the only one that's pragmatic. And I beg to differ. I think sometimes we have to think outside the box. We have to think about what's best for all of Roswell. And granted, I'm standing here in a very self-serving capacity. I live right around the corner from where this proposed tower is going to go. But I also live in the city of Roswell, which I prefer to think of as a town. The town of Roswell looks after its citizens a little better than this. It values its residential neighborhoods. That's always been my belief, is that that's the way this city has treated us, is that we were valuable. But this choice of a tower location, the conversations we're having tonight, thank goodness we're finally having them, because these are good questions to be asking. These are questions we should have been asking all along. We don't have a final decision. I don't think that you have enough information to make a final decision. We've got people who've been out here running around all afternoon looking at stuff, and they can't give you definitive answers about what they looked at, or what the costs are, or what the variations might be, or what could make it feasible or not feasible. So in my opinion, you don't have enough information to make an informed decision yet. We have a lot of information, but I don't think it's been condensed down to a point where you can actually come to a sound conclusion. I hate to see us rush into a situation that we later regretted. It's easy to make quick decisions. It's very hard to remedy the problems that result from poorly made decisions. Please give this your most thoughtful consideration. I would request that you defer any decision until we've got a better chance to look at all the options that have been thrown out here tonight. This is a lot of information, and this is a lot of money to be spending. We're talking numbers in the $5 to $6 million range, and I don't know about you, but that kind of breaks my budget. I need to have a little better grasp on how I'm spending my money than, oh, well, we think we have a pretty good idea. Please give this your most thoughtful consideration. We, too, value our police and firefighters. We want you guys to have the best system we can afford. That is our true belief. But please, let's do it thoughtfully, carefully, and with considered forethought. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Ms. Love, Mr. Davidson, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Thayer Gallison. I live at 8990 Ridgestone Court in the 12 Stones subdivision. I'm excited to be here tonight, and I'm excited because I think that there is a potential compromise solution to this entire situation. I want to note that I am fully aware the Cox Road site is not on this evening's agenda, so I think you'll all be pleased to know that my analysis is completely independent of any decisions regarding the Cox Road site. The two towers provide no overlapping coverage, as you'll see, and they do not need to see one another via microwave dish or fiber connection. So I used, we're talking about Fouts Tower 200 versus 350 feet. The Comdex reports identifies two areas of concern with a shorter tower. Based on balloon tests that were run, a 350-foot tower would be highly visible from numerous places in our neighborhood. However, the recent Comdex report, created as a result of requests from this council, illustrate that all requirements can be met with only a 200-foot tower at this location. Reducing the tower's height impacts the system in two ways. First, the loss of microwave dish connectivity between Fouts Road and the Morton Road towers. This can be mitigated by the use of fiber optic connection between the towers. I think we've had some conversation about that this evening. The redundancy, we can speak to that if you'd like, but the redundancy issue is that everything runs in a circle, and if one segment of that circle is disconnected, everything then runs sort of around that. If the fiber optic connection were to go down, the Fouts Road site would still have microwave connectivity with the Morgan Falls site, thereby maintaining that, and there would be a limited period during which the fiber optic came back up and the microwave dishes were not protected. The Comdex report states on page 1 of its executive summary that the fiber does not provide redundancy, but this is in direct contradiction to what they told me, and also a statement made on page 3 of the report as part of the Run 76 analysis, which Comdex specifically underlines the phrase "and provide redundancy" in reference to fiber connections. Second, the report indicates a small loss of service would occur in eastern Roswell. My research uncovered that the affected area is actually completely within Johns Creek, with an extremely small piece in the Chattahoochee National Recreation Area within Roswell. All right, so let's get to the brass tacks. I used Comdex's estimate from the packet that was provided to you on Friday, where they said the 20-year cost of a fiber connection between Fouts and Morton's Road would be $500,000. So, calculating the present value of a 20-year stream of monthly payments at a 5% discount rate, the current value, the present value of a $500,000 20-year commitment is $315,678. When you multiply that by Roswell's share of the NFRRSA expenses of 32%, it comes to a cost to the city of Roswell of $101,017. Now, some may tell you that the entire $315,000 would be Roswell's responsibility. To that I say, fa. Right? If this is how easy it must be for those representatives of other cities to insist that we pay it all when none of the towers are being built in their cities or are on existing sites. So, carrying forward our $101,000 cost to the city of Roswell and dividing by the 2012 Census Bureau estimate of the population, the cost in present dollars to have the fiber optic connection between Fouts Road and Morton Road is $1.08 per citizen of Roswell. $1.08. And there are external benefits as well. We recently found a full aggregate appraisal of our properties would cost $5,000 and take 30 days to complete. But the bottom line is, which would also reduce property tax revenue, but the bottom line is $1.08 per citizen. All right, so let's quickly look at the map analysis. The run on the right is Run 77, so that is the Fouts Tower at 200. The Fouts Tower at 200 is independent of all the other western sites. That circled area on the right, if you look at the map of Roswell's city limits on the left, falls completely outside of the city limits of Roswell. Now, with all due respect to our neighboring city to the northeast, they pulled out of this alliance of their own volition and with their eyes wide open. It would not be good public policy, in my opinion, to make our decisions to provide an incredibly small area of coverage for a city who literally left our partnership. Also, I understand that Sandy Springs and Johns Creek share a SWAT team, which is funny because they don't share a border, but I digress. Again, with due respect to those cities, it is not our responsibility to mediate disputes between other cities, much less harm our citizens to solve their problem. So just to make sure we fully understand, the original 400-foot tower is on the left. The compromise, or the 77 with Fouts at 200, is on the right. There is that small area in Johns Creek, but if you focus in, you'll notice there's also a slightly smaller area just south of that. You can see that on the original run, it wasn't like that. The area with the lack of coverage, if you look at the map, falls within the Chattahoochee National Recreation Area. This also, I want to remind people that the green areas just represent 95% coverage indoors. If it's white, that means it's less than 95 indoors. That could be 94.9, but I doubt very seriously that it's 0. To my knowledge, the only structures in the Chattahoochee National Recreation Area are shelters and the Nature Center. Finally, I've blown up the map to show, So to sum, what we have is a compromise in which everyone gets what they need, even if it's not 100% what they wanted. I guess that's the nature of compromise. I try to teach my daughter the difference between have to and want to, and that have to always comes first. Personally, I want no tower in the park at all. But because of what we all need, I'm willing to compromise as long as it doesn't harm me and my neighbors. It took me 6 tries to find a public park in Cobb County that didn't have a cell tower in it. Usually prominently placed in those parks. Ditto Sandy Springs. Clearly, area governments believe parks are an appropriate place for towers, so from my perspective, not having a tower in the park is not a winning argument.
You need to wrap up.
Yes, sir. Instead, we have a solution where everybody wins. Our police and firefighters, and frankly, all the citizens of Roswell get the new radio system we need. The residents of 12 Stone get the relief.
You need to wrap up.
Yes, sir. With that, I urge you to either defer the vote on Fouts again so more research can be done, or if you choose to approve the tower tonight, please limit its height to 200 feet for all the right reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, come forward, please.
Hello, my name is Heather Pendry, and I live at 9095 12 Stones Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you to all the first responders that are present tonight. We are grateful for your service and are eager for you to enjoy an upgraded radio system. Unfortunately, we feel tonight isn't about that upgrade. The digital upgrade, which will eliminate outages, will be complete in 12 months regardless of tonight's vote. That's Run 52, I believe, that was shown tonight by Comdex, which is a tremendous improvement over our current coverage. And Commissioner Liz Hausman said during the NFRSA meeting that Fulton County money is budgeted for Phase 1. This was earlier questioned by Ms. Love, so I wanted to clarify what I thought I heard during that meeting. Anyway, tonight is about Roswell making a decision to continue down a path that will forever change the face of our city. Here is a quote from Milton City Manager and NFRSA board member Chris Lagerblum during the most recent North Fulton Radio Authority meeting. Take 400-foot towers off the table in Milton. We have ordinances with 150 height restriction. We are not going to do it, ever. I'm praying that we have representation that will defend our fair city. Truly, I am baffled. Not only is the NFRSA asking Roswell to consider breaking its own city's ordinances in terms of height, but also in terms of location as well. The Fouts Road property is zoned R2 and was truly intended to be parkland. Let me be clear. The NFRSA has devised a plan that includes building 3 huge towers in Roswell, while none are built in Alpharetta. One is rebuilt in a landfill in Sandy Springs, and one is leased and modified outside Milton city limits. Roswell is bearing the brunt of this project both physically and financially. Continuing down this course, I see a future where Roswell becomes the industrial eyesore while the other member cities flourish. The fact that we are even asking our neighbor cities for permission to do this is ridiculous. The cost sharing clearly should be 32%. If we are in a true partnership with Milton, Alpharetta, and Sandy Springs, then they must surely understand that if we don't want a 300-foot tower in our backyard, if they don't want one in their backyard, neither do we. And there is a win-win situation. It costs money, but the cost should be shared by all member cities, and would say to the local area, Roswell will not be the dumping ground for North Fulton. What do we do? I appreciate that alternative locations have been discussed tonight. I think we need to prioritize that the locations do not need to be city-owned. We need to do what the other cities are doing and prioritize trying to work within our own city ordinances. We know about eminent domain, but we need to be careful because with a fully executed Fulton County contract upgrading the radio system within 12 to 18 months, some might question whether this is truly about public safety, and that could open Roswell up to costly litigation and injunctions. During the last meeting, Rich DiPolito asked about lowering tower heights, and I appreciate that. But alas, when Comdex returned with their revised maps and runs, every single run had a tower at the East Roswell Park, and additional towers were all located inside Roswell. I find that curious. I also find it curious that the March change order for Motorola erroneously changed the master site for the Fouts Road Tower. That's the exact, actually it said East Roswell Park. That's the exact wording in the contract, that the East Roswell Park will now become the master site. Why was this change made? Why would you add more noise, equipment, and upkeep on a neighborhood site versus Morgan Falls landfill, where it was originally set by Motorola? All of us sitting here know that some type of tower or transmitter is coming to the East Roswell area, but it does not need to be 350 feet tall. Even the Fulton County contract taps out at 300. It does not need to be in the park. That is an NFRRSA directive, not a Motorola directive. It absolutely should go into a commercial industrial corridor. It should have height restrictions, and it should not be the master site. In other words, it should comply as closely as possible to Roswell City ordinances in terms of height, setback, zoning, and everything that Milton representation expects. I will just end by saying we have over 700 online and hard copy petitions. We obtained these in 2 weeks by visiting our park. Dog park users, disc golfers, splash park families all object to the tower going into the park.
Need to wrap up now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Jerry Cross. I live at 2300 12 Stones Drive in 12 Stones, and I had a thing I could read, but after the presentations tonight, I'm just going to go kind of ad-lib and notes. Need I remind you all that we at 12 Stones saw a small ad in a paper where y'all were going to vote on these towers, and if we hadn't seen that ad, you guys would have already voted on this, and we wouldn't even be doing this right now. There'd be a 400-foot tower on Fouts. There'd be a 400-foot one on yours. You wouldn't even have known about it. We wouldn't have told you about it. We're really concerned about what's really going on here tonight. If we'd have gone with that original plan, that 400-foot tower would have been 268 feet from your neighbor, Mr. Sanders. And according to the Comdex presentation this evening, where he mentioned twice about storms blowing over, we'd have a dead man if that storm hit. And we're here talking about safety. And I don't know if anybody has died because our systems have gone down yet. And I don't know if any of our people have died because of our systems going down. So when we're talking about safety, we need to really talk about safety here. Because that original plan that our consultant that we've been working with told us it could be 268 feet from a closest house. Some of the other things that kind of came up in the talk were kind of disturbing to me, where he said he did a brief survey, talked about the storm blowing over at towers, and about trying to find land that the city owned, and he had a limited amount of time to find out what land we actually owned. I don't see why he couldn't just do a search and do that in 15 minutes. Another thing I found a bit disturbing, and thank you, Thayer, for putting up your that green map thing with the white dots on it. On all the other plans, he had circles where the dead areas were. But on the plan for his original plan, he didn't have any of those circles. Thank you, Thayer. You had them on yours. And I noticed they were kind of minimal. But I also noticed it also, and I don't know if I think I might have missed it, or maybe I didn't miss it. But also on that original plan, he also didn't show the microwave graph things. You know, I don't know if it was left out or if he thinks he gets 100% coverage for that. You know, we'll go away. You know, we want these towers built. But I'd like to leave you all some articles. I'm about done here. Is anybody, are we going to take the consultant's word that distributed antenna system, the DAS, won't work? Has anyone made phone calls out to Scottsdale, Arizona, where DAS is being used, to see if anyone there has an idea on how to make this work? Or are we just going to go with our consultant who is paid to implement this flawed plan and no other? So I'm going to leave some information on DAS. If you don't want to look at that, if you all would please consider the East Roswell Park Golf number 8, which is 770 feet from the closest house. You know, we'll go away. The question came up about the better coverage, and the chief of police said that he thought he had better coverage on, you know, right by our house. I'm kind of not buying that. Maybe he's right, I don't know. He said it's closer to the river basin. Well, it's only about 450 feet further away from the river basin. Okay? So, I'm supposed to ask you all to defer your vote, but I'm just asking you to not put that tower in front of our neighborhood. Move it away somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, come forward.
Robert Sanders, 9025 Ridgestone Court. We've heard a lot of information tonight. There's a lot of outstanding questions. I'm genuinely concerned that at this point we're a couple hours into the meeting, we were a couple hours into the last one, and we still haven't even clearly defined what the council's to vote on. These are multi-million-dollar towers that are going to be there for dozens, if not hundreds of years. And we're making quick decisions without all the information. Councilmember DiPolito asked Comdex to come back with options. They came back with one additional option and not complete information. We don't know all the options. We don't know all the cost. It was pointed out by the chief of police that it was great that Fulton County was cooperating. It was also mentioned that Johns Creek would be willing to put equipment on our towers. We're essentially ringing the dinner bell in Roswell and saying it's a free dinner. Everyone come on. It makes us look foolish as a city. I ask that you wait, get more information, have the complete options, and consider deferring the vote. Thank you.
Yes, the woman who has been raising her hand many times. Come forward, please.
Yes, I'm Joyce Cross. I live at 2312 Stones Drive. Mayor and City Council, since mid-June when we learned about the plan to build a 400-foot tower across the street from our homes and our beautiful city park, we have spent countless hours trying to make sense of this flawed idea. If after all the information gathered and submitted to you, this council still chooses to build these gigantic eyesores in a park near subdivisions, your message is loud and clear. You simply don't care about people. You don't care about the best technology, the lowest cost to fix this problem. All of this is based on a specification sent out to bid instead of an RFP identifying a problem, seeking various solutions. In short, You single-source this thing. Yes, the best technology and the lowest cost sales job was the mantra going forward with this project. Apparently that's not true. Fulton County Communications Director Angela Barrett, September 3rd, said in her PowerPoint I passed out to you, the best technology and the lowest cost solution is a one system in the county, not two systems. Either Ms. Barrett or those backing the city's two-system recommendation are wrong. That said, even their solution is single-sourced. What happened to competitive bidding on these projects? City officials and the consultant on August 28th wouldn't even give me the name of the radio frequency engineer who designed this plan. The reason? The RF engineer is Joe Searcy, the same man recommending Fulton County's one-system plan, not yours, according to Ms. Barrett. Roswell's Comdex consultant, Mr. Basea, August 28th, said coverage and cost were his only considerations. The location of homes, families, and the shadows of this blight, he labeled that as politics. Is that how this city council views this project? If you are the one to vote yes to this blight, you are undeserving of the position you hold as a public servant who's supposed to protect our parks and neighborhoods and not denigrate them. As for the claim to be motivated by protecting our police and fire against radio outages, well, that too is questionable. I again refer you to Ms. Barrett's PowerPoint describing your solution as, quote, high risk, never been tried before by Motorola Daily. I have a great respect for the police and fire department. My brother was a law enforcement officer for Illinois for many years. If I were in a position of power like this council, I would never vote yes to a high-risk system. Again, either Ms. Barrett or your advisors are disseminating false information. Where is Motorola's RF engineer Joe Searcy? Maybe he can clear all this up. Oh, he's unavailable for these discussions. In fact, city advisors here would prefer I didn't have his name. Why does the city of Roswell refuse to consider placing these towers in commercial industrial areas, leasing space on Holcomb Bridge Road, Centennial High School, Coles, near East Roswell Park, not in East Roswell Park? We know a tower must be located near us, but why not in our commercial corridor? Hundreds of people visit East Roswell Park. They will see this blight and wonder why any city would do this. Why? Why not continue to take the time and explore solutions resulting in smaller towers, discreetly placed? This is like putting a porta potty in the front of a beautiful home. FHA will not give mortgages to homes located near these towers. It's considered a nuisance. See our 49-page packet submitted to you before the August 12th meeting. Are you really comfortable putting your name on this? Are you comfortable moving the master site away from the centrally located Sandy Springs landfill and into our neighborhood, housing loud equipment outside the tower building in what is supposed to be a peaceful park setting of a national wildlife habitat adjoining a neighborhood? Would you be proud if we placed a plaque in front of our subdivision and park stating, "This industrial commercial blight was brought to you by Mayor Jerry Wood, Becky Wynn, Nancy Diamond, Rich DiPolito, Jerry Orleans, Betty Price, and Kent Eigelhart"? If you are the one to vote yes to this gigantic tower, it will stand as an ugly reminder to every park goer, neighborhood, and home shopper. Roswell is not a good place to buy a home or raise a family. It's a great place to locate a factory, a fuel tank yard, or a gravel pit. The ordinances can all be creatively sidestepped, circumventing their original purpose, and the city has no problem doing so. We will remember what you decide here tonight. This will not go away after this vote, and if you say yes to this monstrosity, I will make sure to spread the word about Roswell, how the ordinances don't apply to the city's unsightly projects, how the city is happy to gut a park and neighborhood and scheme behind closed doors, hoping that you don't find out what's going on. How Keep Roswell Beautiful is just how politics is done here in Roswell. I ask you to defer this vote and look for a commercial industrial site in the East Roswell area to place this tower. Thank you.
Yes, come forward, please. Yes.
Hi, I'm Susan Booth. I live at 9000 Stone Lake Court in 12 Stones. I appreciate hearing intelligent questions from many members on council tonight. Tonight's the first time I've heard real interest and concern from council as a whole. I appreciate that. I do have some concerns that came up as we got information from Mr. Bethea, especially about our site being a master site. When he told us that you'd have to close down several lanes of traffic over on Scott Road to get the cranes in, there is a 2-lane road, Phelps Road, to my neighborhood. I'm assuming the same kind of crane would need to be used to put tower up in Phelps Road. The driveway that accesses the property that you're talking about behind the rec center is a driveway, probably, I'm thinking at most 4 inches deep because the house is at least 40 years old. There's going to be some major construction issues there if you're going to get a crane back there to construct this tower. There is also a creek that runs through that property. I don't know if any of you have actually gotten out there and walked it. And the park has a history of sinkholes. I am very concerned that it does not have a terrain that is suitable for putting something as heavy as a tower on. You've already got a tower across the way behind the rental storage system. Clearly, the ground there supports that kind of building, and I would encourage you to seriously consider putting it over there. That said, we've been through so much information, and yet we don't have any specifics. You're being asked to vote on putting a tower somewhere within a half-mile radius. Some areas that are commercial and completely acceptable to the people in my neighborhood. Other areas that are an environmental habitat, a National Wildlife Federation habitat, a watershed area, and questionable ground. For that reason, I ask you to defer. You don't have enough information to make an educated vote. It makes sense to me to have your specifics down and know exactly where you're going to put that tower before you vote to spend $6 million getting us into a system that's obviously very much needed, but we could be making a very big mistake with this particular site. I don't think that the additional costs used to relocate the equipment on that existing tower behind the self-storage unit could come anywhere near to the costs you might face with an unsuitable ground situation in the park. And I'd like for you to consider that. When you vote for the towers, you're going to change forever the landscape and skyline of Roswell. You're going to agree to spend millions of dollars on something you're really not sure of, not pinpointed, other than the fact that we know it's outside of city ordinances. It's not acceptable to the leaders in our sister cities. They don't want these towers. And it is a direct assault on the value of the property in the homes adjacent to the park. And those homeowners are your constituents. They're going to remember that. I encourage you to, as much as we need to get this thing moving, wait 30 days until you can determine whether the park is even an acceptable location, or if you might find a much less expensive alternative over there behind the self-storage units. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dave Pendry. I live at 9095 12 Stones Drive. Thank you to the Mayor and City Council for all of your public service and for taking all of the feedback and commentary and communication around this issue to heart and taking this decision very seriously. I came tonight with no prepared comments. I came to listen and learn, and what I've learned is, and what I expected to see, was a set of very clearly defined alternatives with all of the due diligence complete, with locations specified, tower heights named, costs all laid out so that the City Council would have a clear vote to make tonight. That's not the case. We don't have all the information that we need. The team that presented admitted that there was additional negotiation and due diligence to complete. There's lots of questions that have been surfaced, alternatives presented, and I would like to be able to have the opportunity to comment on those specific alternatives. We don't even have that. I mean, I applaud you, Mr. Mayor, for trying to kind of organize the conversation and get the choices clarified, and we were unable to do that. And so my ask is that you defer the vote. Let's come back in 30 days with a well-documented, clearly researched set of alternatives that the public has the option to comment upon, and then take the vote at that time. I'll tell you, I work for the Coca-Cola Company. If I were to bring in a proposal organized in this fashion, I would be chased out of the room and told to go back, do my research, do my due diligence. The executive committee at the company would consider it an embarrassment to come forward with the type of work that's been done to date. So again, I ask you to defer the vote, to have a chance to do that additional due diligence. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Preston Schermeyer, 2295 12 Stones Drive. Like my neighbor there, I didn't come with any prepared comments. I just wanted to listen and comment on things I heard. I want to say thanks to Councilman DiPolito for bringing up the question about the redundancy. Looking at it technically, that's what I do. I do technical things. I'm an IT engineer, and I was concerned about the fiber option because of the chance that it could be cut. And I don't think if that was solely the case for any of these towers, as would be with the one where the three microwave shots were blocked. So I think that's not a good option. But the ones that only have, the two options that only have one microwave blocked, I believe it was 77 and 83, those should be considered because having one fiber and one microwave link, I think provides good redundancy to provide safety. And I think that the 30-day estimate of a fiber cut being repaired in the Atlanta metro area would be severe. I think that's worst case scenario. I think when you look at the situation, you don't see businesses running on fiber or metro links that are down for that long. I think that's an overestimation. I think if anything, you might not have redundancy if something were to happen to that fiber line. You might not have redundancy for a week, and yes, that's a risk, but everything has its risks. The same thing with the microwave. It could go down, and you have to, that might take 3 days for them to get that back online. There's risks in everything, but I think you should consider some of those options. I just wanted to clarify that there would still be redundancy. I know that Captain Sweeney had talked about having to have 2 runs going in there, but if I'm correct, you would still have some redundancy as long as there's one microwave shot that's still going. Or is that right, from Comdex? Yeah. So that's what I took from that technically. Other than that, I just wanted to say thank you for considering. I say thank you to you guys for coming up with some options and showing them tonight. I know you didn't have a lot of time to come up with them, and that might be an issue. That's why we might need a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's a good start. So with that, thank you.
The young lady with her hand up.
My name is Janet Russell. I live at 260 Willow Springs Drive. That is not in Willow Springs subdivision. First of all, I want to say you guys are doing a great job. You know more than they do. And you're articulate, and you're young, and you're savvy, and I'm glad you're here. I agree with just about every single thing you said, if I could understand all of it. By virtue of my age, I've now become the village elder, Not really thrilled about that, but I am. And I have a question to ask of each one of you council members. It's something practical. If those maps that Comdex put up with all the little green circles and all the green maps said that the tower had to be in Willow Springs subdivision, or in Broadmeadow Cove, or in Liberty, or anywhere your subdivisions are, what would you vote?
Yes, come forward, please.
Hi, Council. I'm Susan D'Angelo. I live at 2260 12 Stones Drive. I had a nice little speech all prepared, and after listening to the information tonight, it's all torn up. I want to thank our policemen and firefighters and first responders for your hard work and dedication. Thank you. I'm the closest property owner in 12 Stones to this proposed tower. My husband owns a landscape company, and it's his livelihood to beautify residential and commercial properties. I believe our home is a testament to his hard work. We're in our 50s, and frankly, this is especially hard work for him at this age. 12-hour days, 6 days a week, and we still struggle. My point is the thought of something reducing my home value that we strive so hard to maintain makes me want to throw up. This radio tower would be, what, 50 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty? All right, now if it was going to be pretty like the Eiffel Tower or the Statue of Liberty, I might not have a problem with it. But it's not. It will clear the area size of 4 tennis courts, have curled barbed wire all around it with probably generators that sound like a tractor coming on periodically. I wholeheartedly believe that when I go to sell my house, and the thoughts of wanting to stay in Roswell for the rest of my life are grim, or grimmer, I will surely have to probably sell well below what I would or could be able to without that tower there. As a matter of fact, would that be okay if it was any of y'all's homes? I think, Ms. Diamond, you reclused yourself being able to vote on a 150-foot tower that was going to affect your home value recently. I guess since it isn't by your house, then it's okay to vote yes, I'm guessing. It's just amazing that the night that y'all are going to vote, we're finally hearing some information. I don't think it's all very clear and good and concise and complete information that we need to be able to make a vote like this. The fact that this tower is going to loom over our beautiful park, new library, and an arts center now. You know, my neighbors have been asking more questions and finding out more alternatives and getting more results than most of you. I think you might want to pay some of them for doing your job. I just find it ironic also that you want to put this huge tower in a designated wildlife habitat. It is a wildlife habitat. I see coyotes and deer and possum and all kinds of things in my front and backyard every day. Maybe that designation should be taken away, because what does it mean when you displace the animals that have made that their home for something commercial? I don't know. I mean, where do you draw the line on that? One last thing. I also am very supportive of our police and fire department. I've donated and given a lot more than my pocket says I should. And I just don't understand that if there isn't any cooperation with the county there, then the school police would have to carry around 2 radios and figure out which one to use in case there was an emergency. I don't know, it just seems like that kind of puts our children at risk. Not one that I would honor. I just think there are much wiser alternatives. I don't know, if your minds are made up already about this vote, then my words aren't going to change them. Most of you seem to have lacked concern for and wisdom in this matter. I'm happy some of you up for re-election, but it kind of depends on the vote here for me. I'm just saying. Tonight, I guess, will be a great test as to whether or not you're working for the citizens of Roswell or not. Thank you for your time.
Yes, come forward, please.
Hi, Jill Fagalde, 9065 12 Stones Drive, Roswell. Beautiful city of Roswell. I wanted to thank you all because the last conversation we enjoyed, or I spoke and you listened, it seems like you listened, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you reaching out to Fulton County despite Ms. Diamond's reservations. I'm glad everyone called somebody, picked up a phone, and sat down and tried to make some sense out of all of this, and I think all it did was come up with more questions, but very good questions. And now you can understand how we felt when this was just placed upon us, and because we had all these things clear in our heads, that there's a million different types of equipment available and towers that can be built and locations, but we kept hearing Fouts Road, Fouts Road. It was as if that this is it, and take it or leave it. And I'm so happy to hear that and know that you are listening and asking the right questions. I have heard my fellow neighbors and friends have all stated what I've had to say tonight, and I thought the presentation just showed how many holes there are in this whole decision-making process. But there are a few things that have not been touched on at all tonight. No one discussed, or no one has made a study or an effort to look into how it would affect property values. And when discussing the tower location at the American site over there, at the storage unit, I was surprised that Ms. Nguyen was so interested to let us all know that there's this big new residential area going up right next to there. So maybe that wouldn't be appropriate, would it, for a tower? But no, it's okay to put it in our park next to established 25-year-old neighborhoods. But no, God forbid it should go next to a new thing that could put a hitch in the wheels with setting up business with a new constructor in our neighborhood. So that concerns me, because I feel that the park should be given priority. The beauty of Roswell should be given priority. If you are looking for urgency, our dear police, we want you to have what you need. And if urgency is the question, then your location is Centennial High School, which I understand that Angela Barrett from Fulton County has proposed to talk about and sit down and talk about. There is your location. Fulton County, Centennial High School. There's 3 towers there already. They have towering lights over the stadium. That is an option that was not discussed tonight either, and I know that it's been brought up by Ms. Barrett. So I please ask you, as we all have tonight, defer your vote, get your facts straight, sit down once again, maybe at a public hearing with Fulton County, and make this thing happen so that it's good for everyone and not just a few. Thank you very much.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Get a card? Can I fill a card out later? Or okay. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm Harvey Smith. I reside at 12695 Old Surrey Place. We're part of the FS6 contingent, but also known as Cox Road. And I know we were taken off the agenda tonight, but I just want to start off by saying that I commend you all. When we came in, it just sounded like there was new information. It was commendable that we're having a dialogue with Fulton County after the September 3rd, I guess the public meeting of the association. It just seemed like there's more information that is coming out that I think needs to be considered for all areas. I was a little confused why we were deferred when there are a lot of moving parts here that have to be considered together. I mean, I don't see how you could possibly vote on this site tonight without fully considering all the other runs that were considered, that were asked of the consultant from Comdex, last month. So I would just, we're all concerned about the quality of life here in Roswell. That's what all of you were elected for.
we're all concerned about that. The decreased property values, nobody is really, other than the last comment that was made, I think that far offsets one of the slides that we talked about, $1.08 per citizen of Roswell. Whether that was true or not, it is very, we're talking about a few $100,000 here and there, but when you look at the decreased property values of how many houses that are impacted, we're getting into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think that's worthy of taking the time it takes to come up with the right solution for this project. And I just ask that, I don't see how, with all the questions that have been raised tonight, I'm not going to repeat, there were some great comments. Very thankful for this group here, because our group would have never known about it. I mean, that's my, ditto. Everything that was said is just very commendable. I think y'all, we have all learned more about this project tonight. We just need more time to make sure the proper decisions are made, and that's, I would ask even from our Cox Road contingent that you would strongly consider another deferral till we get the facts right, because when we come back on the agenda, we're going to expect the same answers for us to be satisfied that the best decision has been made. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no hands up, public hearing is closed. This time I'll entertain comments from council before I entertain a motion. Does any council member wish to comment or have any other questions? Councilman Orleans.
For, I guess, Comdex questions, if you can, back to my original question about Run 77 and using the fibers to go with the tower, that the tower would communicate one way and the fiber would communicate the other way. And then in your circle, if the fiber went out, it would still communicate around the circle the other way, correct?
That's correct.
So the main question is how long fiber might be out, if it's affected at all. And then I know that's a hypothetical question. I'm not asking you to give an answer to that. But I'm assuming that it would be more than one company's fiber optics that it would be running on as well for that kind of a distance. Is that a fair statement, or?
You would pick one carrier. So what you would...
For that whole distance, it would be dealing with one carrier.
Well, what you would do is you would bring... your option would be you either extend your last mile, or you pay them to trench it in, which you're going to be better off paying it for yourself, to connect to their fiber node. And then you pick one carrier. When we ran through the brokers, there's a number of different carriers that have fiber along Holcomb Bridge Road. So you would enter into a contract with Windstream or Comcast Business or Level 3 EXA, whoever it is.
Okay, so in addition to that then, what potential fail-safe arrangements are there to go with that? Is it strictly what you mentioned before of having dual fiber optics going in different directions?
The way to protect yourself is to have alternate paths out. I mean, the primary thing that brings fiber down is construction. It happens all the time. We just had one happen for some fiber that we just put in a month or two ago out in Irving, and a construction crew dug up and pulled up about 1,000 feet of it. So the way that you protect against that is have multiple paths out. So if one gets cut, you've got an alternate route out. The more routes you have, the more protected you are.
Okay. And then the other question deal with the, I know you've indicated the American Tower is not an option, but that the space is tight, but I think you said is a possible option behind the rental place. And I guess my question is, it seems like you just recently being out there, that it really hasn't been analyzed as to whether that's a good site, bad site, what it costs or what it would do. There are some concerns, but it hasn't been fully vetted out. Is that a correct statement or no?
I could not tell you the exact cost delta for how much more it would cost to build that over the Fouts Road location, but I can tell you that it is more, and it'll be more in the neighborhood, round number math, probably between $100,000 to $200,000 more, just based on the estimates that we discussed looking at the property. But in terms of constructability, we feel that we've made the determinations of could it theoretically be built? Yes. Is it a desirable or a recommended construction? No. There are a lot of potential issues with getting in and out of there, and again, they're just the additional costs. But that was the determination that we made after looking at the property.
Could that be clarified with a little more study in it, or?
I could give you a firm, I say firm, I could give you a much tighter estimate on the cost, but our technical opinion on the site won't change. We've ascertained the site to the level of we understand the issues that are involved in it. It would just take a day or two to get the
technically it would work though
together.
for the system.
Could it technically work? If the tower was there, would it work? Yes.
And that would
the tower at that location would work. It would provide the coverage, and it would provide the microwave connectivity that is needed. If you could overcome the construction challenges, then you could do that.
With no fiber, strictly the tower.
With no fiber.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on some of those. I'm still trying to get my arms around the fiber issue at Fouts. Now, I believe what we said was we would run fiber from Holcomb Bridge down to the tower. Is that correct? And
that would be the last leg that would get you from the tower to the actual carrier's service node. The fiber runs, the carrier-provided fiber runs along Holcomb Bridge Road. Mm-hmm. So you need to extend fiber from the tower to that node, very much the same way if you get if you live in a city, Verizon has a service called Fios in cities where they offer it, and that's as a fiber connection that comes to your house. And so the fiber runs along the street, Verizon comes and they trench and bring fiber through your yard and put it and connect it to your house. This would be the equivalent of that. The city, would run fiber from the tower out to the road where the point of presence of the fiber node is of whatever service provider you enter into a contract with, and that would be your connection to that fiber. And then from there, you would take the service provider's fiber to whatever the closest point to Jones Bridge, and then again you would jump off of that and then bring fiber and connect it into the building at Jones Bridge, Morton Road.
Okay, so the cost that we're talking about to use, if we needed to use fiber in this option, we would have the leg at Jones Bridge and then the leg at Fouts Road.
That's correct.
We would have to do both of those.
That's correct.
So in between there, the carrier's fiber probably has a ring of its own. So that really, if that gets cut somehow, our real risk is at the end. Would you call it the end run? Is that the right?
Correct. The last mile segment, essentially.
So our true risk is from the tower out to the main road in each instance.
Presuming that they have it on a ring, and that you would have to ask whatever service provider, and that would be, frankly, that would be part of what you would negotiate. The major cost drivers that go with fiber is committed information rate, CIRs, that's your bandwidth, and then SLA, your service level agreement, and that's your reliability. And that, to provide a high degree of SLA, 99.99 whatever % availability, if a service provider is going to commit to that level of SLA, then they probably have some kind of redundancy in there. If they don't, then they don't. That's really what it comes down with. So they may or may not. It depends on what they've buried.
So as of today, we don't know if there is that level?
Until you enter into a contract agreement with because a carrier's not going to show you their fiber map, but what you do is as part of your contract agreement, it's what SLA and that costs, and they will charge you for that. Those are the two factors of that cost number, and so increasing your SLA will also increase your cost, and so that's part of the contract negotiation that you go into with that service provider. You can elect a lower degree of service and avoid cost, and that's where the variability of those numbers come from, because it's up to what you ultimately decide to commit to when you enter into that agreement with them.
How long would it take to find out that information?
From how many different carriers, because there are a number of them that service that have fiber along that area, but that question could be asked. I don't know how long it would take them to respond.
Guess?
I have had it.
Is that a long investigation?
I've had some be responsive. I've had some ignore me for weeks and months. It's amazing how hard sometimes that they don't want to get back with you and give quotes. Some can be responsive. It just depends. We can put in the request and see, but I don't know. I don't control.
I've worked with cable and other carriers myself, and I understand. With respect to the storage site, you mentioned that we would need a 400-foot tower in order to have the microwave service. There again, if that one was dropped down to 200 feet, so it wasn't much higher than the adjacent tower, is there a fiber ring on the adjacent road, or would that have to get run out to Holcomb Bridge as well?
You would run it out to Holcomb Bridge. That's where the node is. The fiber, from what I've seen in the information, it runs along Holcomb Bridge, and the closest node is right there on Holcomb Bridge. It's near the shopping center, but it is along Holcomb Bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Orleans.
I don't know who would answer this question. I forgot to ask it earlier, sorry. There's been several comments and questions about moving the main operation from Morgan Falls to this site. Can anybody respond to that, of how that came about, or why, or what the reasoning is for it?
So the original design of the system was always with the master site at Fouts Road. It was always been that way from the original proposal. It was always that way from the original proposal. What happened was, as the project was coming to contract towards the end of last year, what happened was the different councils were moving at different speeds because the authority had not been formed yet. And so what happened was Sandy Springs was in the front. They were in the lead. And so what they did, they elected to enter into a contract for the towers that they had, and they elected to pull the master site cost up under that contract vehicle to get that under contract, and then once the rest of the councils voted and added the sites, the system was restored to its original design, which was with the master site at East Roswell Park at Fouts Road. So that change order that was executed after all of the councils then voted and approved the contracted design, that change order was executed to restore the system design back to the original. So if you go back and pull out the original proposal that was submitted to the cities last year, you'll see that was the original design configuration with the master site at East Roswell Park.
Does it make any difference whether it's a 200-foot tower or a 300-foot tower? I mean, this master site, why is it located in there? Does it make any difference on the tower height?
The master site doesn't have any relevance on the tower height. The master site location, you put the master site location in, you try to centrally locate it, one, so you want to put it in one of the tower locations that's relatively near the center of the system design. So that's one.
So that's what's driven this.
So that's part of it, and then the other part of it is you prefer to have it on a piece of property that you control and have ready access to for maintenance, because that's where if something's going to go down, you're always going to have a technician that's going to dispatch to the master site, because that's where a lot of the command and control infrastructure is located. Even if you have to have a tech dispatched out to one of the other remote sites, there will be a second tech that will be located at the master site to monitor what's going on with the system. So it's a matter of location and access. But the only difference in the equipment inside is just extra computer servers. The difference in the site itself is the building is larger, and it will add an extra air conditioning unit. That's the difference between the shelter size.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Diamond.
Maybe you answered this in that description, but I understand how it didn't show up that you moved the master site, but why was the original decision to make that master site at East Roswell?
But these are the access, locating it on a proper piece of property that was centrally located to all the tower sites. If you look at the overall constellation and where Fouts Road sits relative to Fire Station 21, Riverwood, which are the southernmost sites, to the Milton site, to the Morton Road site, it's fairly centrally located to all of those tower sites.
So it's not physical access of the parcel.
It's both. It needs to be somewhere that has. You don't want it on a mountaintop. You don't want it make it so that it's hard to get to. You want it if something breaks at 2 in the morning and the techs have to be dispatched, that they can readily access that location. There's good road access. It's adjacent to 400. It's got good access and make it rapidly accessible by a technician.
And where would our techs be coming from?
So a service contract hasn't been entered. Well, so assuming that the maintenance comes from the same contracts that you have today, during business hours, the tech would be coming from the downtown area, coming up 400. If it's after hours, the techs would be coming from their homes because they would be being dispatched out, paged out from their homes at night, and so that could be wherever the particular on-call tech that night resides.
It seems like Morgan Falls would be easier if that was a central, I assumed they were coming from in town.
It could be done either way. It doesn't make any difference on the tower configurations.
Other questions? Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Bethea, when we're talking 200-foot towers at Fouts Road, and I thought I heard you say this, I'm just going to ask you again. On a 200-foot tower, forget about the microwave or fiber optics or whatever, to have Fulton County co-locate on that tower, will a 200-foot tower be big enough or large enough to be able to co-locate Fulton County and possibly Johns Creek?
You would be extremely space challenged, and you would there would be the question of desirability of that tower site at 200 feet, of whether or not how interested Fulton becomes in that tower site at that point, because all of the discussions and even their analysis is that a tower site in that location be the 350 to 400 foot range. That's what had been discussed, and that in the meeting today with Director Barrett, that was the discussion, and the agreement was a 350 foot tower is what is of interest, and that they have interest in habitating that tower as they would allow us the authority to habitate on the Morgan Falls Tower. So from their expectation is that there would be a 350 foot tower for them to occupy.
So if we go 200 with fiber, it's a 95, 98% possibility that Fulton County would have to come up and build an additional tower to be able to, since they wouldn't be able to locate on Fouts if we did a 200-foot tower.
That is ultimately up to them as to whether that would make, but that is certainly a possibility.
Okay. I think that's, 2 radios. That's what was brought up. That our police and fire would have to have 2 radio systems.
The 2 radios, right, that's incorrect. I'm not sure where that started from. So current radios, the radio models that the city officers currently use today, an XTS 5000 and even the other variants, XTS 2500s, Apex 7500s, etc., are all multi-system programmable. And in fact, all of the radios that those officers use currently have the Fulton County system that they use day-to-day, Cobb's, Atlanta's, Gwinnett's, DeKalb's. They have all of those systems all programmed into that same radio for interoperability. so that if an officer has to go and respond to something in Dunwoody, they'll switch over to the CAB system. They have to run over to Gwinnett, they'll switch onto the Gwinnett system. So the system that's being proposed, and the question that was brought by Director Barrett of the concern is using the ISSI link for day-to-day operations, and that was the county's concern, because the North would have their system, and then the county would have a separate system, and one of the things that was under discussion was using this new ISSI link for day-to-day operations for county users in the North to dispatch, and then everyone would use the NFRA system day-to-day and use the ISSI to reach back to southern users in the county. So either way, whether it's that, whether they're separate, whether they're linked, it's all one radio. You only need one radio to talk to any system in Metro Atlanta.
Appreciate that. A couple of questions for Ms. Love. We were handed the presentation from Ms. Barrett from September 3, but according to you, and I'm sorry if somebody was not here when you went through what happened today with Fulton County, I think it's the upgrading from 12 to 18 months. Milton, there was a couple of them I had here written down, and Centennial High School.
Yes, and I think this presentation was one that was represented at the authority meeting. It's actually one that had been presented before that as we had been meeting with them. The Phase 1 never has included an east side coverage, so it is the transition of their current towers which do not provide coverage to the eastern part of Roswell. So I mean, Director Barrett has said that on numerous times. What we've got to today was trying to get Phase 1 to have opportunities for towers in North Fulton to be included in that. None of us disagree that the multi-zone is not the cheaper version. However, back to the issues that we have dealt with since the very beginning with Fulton County and the demonstration of them not maintaining and funding a system in the way from a level of service that not only do we expect, but we demand, in that they have not demonstrated that. We have paid to use the system for a number of years, and they have not maintained it. The multi-zone issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bethea, is that both entities have to maintain it at the same version and same level. So in order for the system to work correctly, there would have to be a demonstration of that funding. We don't have that confidence. The authority is not willing to take that risk with our first responders. There's the issue of governance related to there would have to be some committee or something to deal with the day-to-day operations and programming, and then perhaps if our relationship became fractured to the point that we could not, and the politics staff can get along a lot of times, but many times elected officials don't get along, whether it be on a council or a commission, and if something were to be fractured in that way, it would be very difficult, and there would be cost involved to have to reprogram to dissect or divorce the systems. And then in the event that ultimately over the 15 years of the system, Milton County was formed, then that would be a cost to try to dissect the system. So there are quite a number of things outside of just the cost aspect of it that preclude us. We got that off the table this morning. It's not a consideration. Our consideration is moving forward. We went through each and every site and found opportunities where we could share the tower, share equipment. Commitments were made related to those leases, and we still came back to the East Roswell, Fouts Road area necessary for a tower without respect to who builds that tower. Anything else that you have for me, Councilmember Wynn?
I don't think we need to address Milton unless you want to do that. No, sir. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from council before we entertain a motion? Councilmember Price.
Just referring to the comment that Ms. Love just made, so if Fulton County determined that the Fouts Road location were necessary, would they or could they take it by eminent domain?
That would be a question addressed to Mr. Davidson.
No, ma'am, they couldn't take city property. There is, however, other property available in that area, so it's possible that they could take some other property on Fouts Road.
Thank you.
Other questions? I would like to get some direction from council. I had suggested to you that we had sort of two directions to go in, whether we had the 3 towers or the 1 tower option to serve southern and eastern Roswell. And if we are going with a 3 tower option, we would need to include, looks like Hightower Road. Is there an interest on council to look at the Hightower Road and the 3 tower option? So I don't see any takers. So we're to the option of somewhere in the Fouts Road area. That does not necessarily mean on Roswell Parkland. It means somewhere in that vicinity. It could be across the street. So having said that, does that help Councilmember Nguyen, who would be left with making a motion?
Yes, sir, thank you. It does. I do want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I used to, it's always nice when citizens get involved. This is not an easy decision, but I think it's one that has to be made. We are running on a very short timeline right now. This has been going on for, Ms. Love, 2 years, over 2 years now. Every day that we delay, our first responders are in danger. And I think it was already said that this system is now going out more frequently than it has since it's been up. And that really concerns me. And it's just not for us first responders, but it's also for our citizens. This is a safety for everybody that lives in Roswell and for everybody that lives in North Fulton County. I think that our consultants did a great job. They did exactly what we asked them to do. They did their iterations for us. They met with us before council meeting, made sure that we had everything done. We've been answering questions all the way up to about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and I think that they did a fantastic job answering the questions, getting everything that this council wants. And I'm going to be very comfortable making this motion. The reason I'm going to be comfortable with it is because I think that everything has been vetted out, even the public storage area, and I just don't think that's going to work. I think there's just too many variables, especially with the engineering. So my motion tonight is to approve the tower on Fouts Road at no greater than 350-foot height.
Just for clarification, there were 3 possible sites on the city property on Fouts Road.
Not on the parkland, sir. It's on the Fouts Road property.
The Fouts Road rear is the way you identified it.
Yes, sir. It's where we can push the tower back. It will be screened with all the natural buffer, and it will be against the boundaries of the Roswell Area Park.
Motion by Councilmember Nguyen to approve the Fouts Road rear site at, was it 350 feet?
Not to exceed 350.
Not to exceed 350 feet. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that, but I want to comment. I would really like for this tower to be at 200 feet at that location. And I'm just not comfortable with the fiber option. It just causes me concern, and that's why I kept asking all those questions. I've been down to Sandy Springs and looked at the tower down there. That tower is 400 feet, and it is right in their park. And when you pull in, there's a lot going on with lights and ball fields similar to what we have, and it's there, but it just looks like it's part of everything that's going on there. So from our park, looking at this, you will see it. There's no doubt you will see it. Do I think it's going to be as bad as some folks have said it would be? Probably not. But I don't know that we have a lot of choices. And I think we've kind of come down to this. I think from a protection of the neighborhood standpoint, I really like the fact that we moved the tower back from the street. It was right on the street for a while. That has given quite a bit of distance and quite a bit of buffer from 12 Stones in particular. Also has lowered the elevation from where we were 100 feet, 50 feet in topo, 50 feet in tower. So we're significantly better than we started. So I think that's a positive step. I would love for this to be lower. I just don't see it as an option at this point.
So it's a motion to approve at 350 feet.
No, it's not to exceed.
Not to exceed 350.
Second, yeah, not to exceed 350.
Motion and a second. So at this time, we'll entertain further discussion. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I was looking through the pictures here, and I can't find it right now, the one that shows the tower and what it would look like from the park. I hadn't made too many questions or comments about that at this point, because I honestly figured we'd be considering further. But while we say it's not in the park, that's just a word game. We don't own it right this second as part of the park, but long before probably most of us have been on council, that land was hoped to be a part of East Roswell Park. And to say it's not because it's a little property line difference right now is a word game. And I do think it has an impact on our parks, and that particular one, not only the folks who live there, which that's one aspect in their homes, but we'll have hundreds of people coming in that's going to impact there. So that in and of itself is a major problem. And just to make clear, we've got a number of our police and fire here. This has nothing to do with whether or not we provide the best service that we can. That's not in question. I guess there's some question as to whether another month will ultimately make the end difference. I don't believe that it will. But I do think there are other options. I think the storage actually is something that could work. You could easily move the master up to Hembry. That's more central of the whole North Fulton area. Take out some of those aspects of it. You don't need as much access. You can certainly access the Hembry area much easier than anything. But I just can't understand how we could move the Cox Road and look at another site that we're going to have to pay for and not actually give serious consideration to this site as well. The same equal treatment. And I actually called Angela Barrett myself today to try and get some direct information, and I don't want to get into it here, but frankly, I have a number of concerns based on that, and I'm sure they're given the Fulton County side, and I understand that. But I just have too many concerns to say to go with this, and I'm disappointed that we actually are not considering other options. And we could do fiber two different ways out of there, and it cost $80,000 in the first year, maybe $100 max per year. You split that out, and we've already given some of that numbers, but it's $32,000 a year if you take that 32% over a 20-year window. I just can't comprehend that we're actually considering doing it. Clearly, I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Orleans.
I think we all agree we need the towers, and there's been comments about dealing with Fulton County, and I'm comfortable not dealing with Fulton County and doing it ourselves. And yes, this location, moving it back a little bit shorter, is definitely better. But I guess at the point tonight, the two things that I've been asking about, Run 77, and if there was need to put some extra space for Fulton add-on to go from 200 to 250, that would even be a possibility. With more information about the fiber and the fail-safe options of it and how it can be backed up, and having that information, or as another alternative, having more detailed information about the site behind the storage place, and as the consultant indicated, it may be a couple $100,000 more, but again, going back to the averaging that cost and what we're trying to do to accomplish, to me. And yes, as somebody said, $5 million is a lot of money out of my budget, and $200,000 is a lot of money out of my budget, but I think it'd be worth to look at it and have the details on that site. So those are my 2 points of concern that I would, and I'm one that I've said this before to fellow council members, I don't like delaying things. You try to get the information, you don't want to drag things out. It doesn't help anybody, but I guess this is one situation that those 2 items I would appreciate looking into in more detail. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Well, I was going to try to give it a rest tonight since I asked so many questions last time that I think stirred things up a fair bit. But the few questions I asked tonight, I'm not comforted by the responses. So I'm not in favor of this, and I think there's a lot more that needs to occur. I'm comforted that we finally sat down with Fulton County. I know that there's philosophical and issues between North Fulton and the rest of Fulton County, but I think we're just, we could be cutting off our nose to spite our face. So I really would like to see those discussions go forward, try to work out some improvement in the contractual arrangements that have already been made, if that's possible, and explore these other options with a little more detail. So I don't know whether that requires a deferral or just a flat-out no vote, but that would be my position.
Councilmember Diamond.
I have a question. Does this vote preclude the decision on the master site? This doesn't have anything to do with where the master site goes. And at some point I'd like to hear about the option for that to be Hembry or how that shakes out, because that does seem more central if we're looking at the whole county area. And, again, I said this before, the height and the placement is certainly something we can debate, and we could probably debate that for a really long time, but I think there's a misconception that we have little interest or not involved in this, and I can tell you there's really no upside to spending all of our time this way and spending all this money and going through all this exercise if we didn't think it was absolutely necessary. There's nobody in this room that wouldn't say, oh, let's just go have the county solve it, and they'll handle it, and it'll all be great. And from our standpoint, it'd be much easier, because when the county does what they do, which is plop wherever they're going to plop it, you guys won't have a say, we won't have a say, and we can just look at you and go, sorry, there's nothing we can do. That would have been so much easier for us. But the reality is, we feel like public safety is a responsibility over and above. It's one of my most primary. And I can tell you to a person, we have all spent weeks and months on this. And if you haven't heard us asking a lot of questions at the microphone, it's because we've been asking them in the background, and we have listened, and we have asked, and we have continued. I can't tell you the hours that we have spent on this. So, as we go forward, we can talk about height and placement, and I have no idea how this is going to end up, but I think it's important for you to know this is not something we just rush into because we love spending money and upsetting our citizens. Thank you.
Looks like I'm going to get to vote. To me, what I've heard from this council and from the experts is we need a tower somewhere in the Fouts Road location. So what it comes down to is, do we put it on city property or across the road from city property? It appears to me that it's going to have to be 350 feet if it's on the park property, or 400 feet if it's across the road. It's not going to be any prettier on one side or the other. It's going to affect some property owner somewhere, and somebody's going to see it somewhere. So in my mind, I'd rather have a 350-foot tower than a 400-foot tower. I'd rather have a 350-foot tower which the base is substantially blocked by trees than not blocked by trees. And I would rather have so I understand a concern about affecting property values, whether it's 200 feet or 350 feet, I don't see the difference substantially. I know many of you may disagree with me, but so if it comes to a tie vote, I will be voting in favor of the motion. So any further discussion before we call for a vote? Councilman Eichelhardt.
Can we please defer it for 30 days and get better information?
Councilman Eichelhardt, if you wish, you can make a motion for deferral, and we'll see if it passes. That motion for defer would be voted on before the motion.
Mr.
Then I'll make a motion to defer.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Wynn.
And Councilman Eichelhardt, I see what you're saying, but I don't know what other information there is. I think Comdex has answered the one about the public storage, about American Tower. We've already said not to exceed 350. We're not going to go above that. It might be that we can come in at 320. We'll know when we get out there to see what's going to happen. But I don't know what else there is to talk about, really. I think everything has been said. They've already said that engineering is a massive endeavor just to even look at the public storage site, and that would have to be a 400-foot without any type of buffering around it whatsoever. So I guess I'm just not...
Well, it's in a hole, so it's going to be covered as much as anything in the park. But I'll make the motion to defer for 30 days so that we can have the specific answers about the different possible locations, being the storage and potentially even Centennial High School and the 200-foot at the park.
Motion by Councilman Eichelhardt for deferral. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Orlins. All in favor of the motion to defer, raise their hands. That's Orlins, Price, Eichelhardt. All opposed? That's Diamond, DiPolito, and Wynn. I believe I have all the information I need to make a decision, so I will not be voting in favor of a deferral. The motion fails. Second motion is the motion to approve. All in favor of the motion to approve the Fouts Road site rear not to exceed 350 feet, raise their hands. That's Diamond, DiPolito, and Wynn. All opposed? That is Eichelhardt, Price, and Orlins. I cast my vote in favor of the approval. We're taking a 10-minute break.
So we're going to pay for that?
I've lost my agenda. Community development. That would be Councilmember Nancy Diamond.
Yes, sir. The next item is the applicant is someone that I am presently in a business relationship with, so I am going to have to recuse myself. I will leave it with you.
Okay, if you'd call the agenda item.
This is RZ 201301671-1270 Strickland Road, Larry Strickland, land lot 428. Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This is a proposed application for a suburban residential subdivision that is using the conservation subdivision regulations for its proposed development. It is approximately 5 acres in size. The applicant, under the conservation subdivision ordinance, is allowed to do smaller lot sizes. The proposed development would then contain 1.94 acres of conservation area. The subdivision indicates 15 lots as well as the conservation area. The homes are located along the western property line and have a 60-foot rear setback as required by the conservation subdivision. The conservation subdivision also requires that the lots not fall below 6,000 square feet. The minimum lot size for the existing zoning of the property, which is R2, is 12,000 square feet. Therefore, the minimum lot size is proposed is between 66,000 and 8,000 square feet. 66,000, 8,000. As you can see on the aerial photograph, the northern property backs up to a stream where the existing trees are located. The one existing house is located on the southeast corner of the property of Strickland Valley. The applicant is proposing the R2 zoning with a conservation subdivision that would allow him to do the 15 lots. This is the yield plan that shows what they could build in R2, which would be the 15 lots, but they back onto the stream to the north, and they would be from that location, Strickland, to access to Valley. This is the proposed conservation subdivision plat showing the lots accessing to Valley Drive as well as Strickland, and one road going in and a connection to Valley with the conservation area with a proposed pathways to the north, which is the conservation location, approximately 2 acres in size. Staff has reviewed the application, has recommended denial. Planning Commission reviewed this application, recommended denial. We gave 4 reasons for the denial of the application. They're included in your backup material. The property can be developed under the current R2 designation. The primary conservation area may not be beneficial to the city. The project appears to be submitted just to circumvent the normal R2 lot standard requirements. The existing R2 regulations are more appropriate given the surrounding area. If you have any questions from staff.
Does the council have any questions? For the record, Councilman Eichelhart is absent. Councilmember Orleans. And Councilmember Diamond has stepped down to recuse herself.
Sorry. Do you have any idea why the change to the R2 conservation versus the R2? I mean, is it because of the creek they may lose? I mean, are those lots 7 and 8 on the illustration of the regular R2 buildable with the creek going through there?
I believe the applicant will probably discuss that. There probably is some topo issues as well as floodplain issues related to all the lots along the northern property line in the stream location.
So is your best guess that's the reason they're going for
It's probably cheaper, as well as that way they don't have to have as many big lots, and they're probably a shorter road they have to build. I'm sure there's some
Thank you.
cost issues that they can deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, we have stream buffer averaging, and that would apply in this case?
I'm not sure how it would apply, because I've not seen a house layout for the particular lots, and I think...
I guess my question, I'll be very specific with my question, that may help. Lots, if you look at the yield plan, I guess lots 7, 8, and 9 are impacted by the impervious setback, but lots 10 and 11 are fairly large. So you could extend the buffer in lots 10 and 11 and reduce the buffer in 7, 8, and 9. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
And the plan I'm looking at shows 150-foot impervious buffer. Is that impervious setback? I'm sorry. Which is significantly deeper into those lots. So
right.
I guess I'm trying to find out what's the true impact on the buffer and the setback.
I think this is the clarification on the yield plan. Those lots are definitely impacted by the 150. I think the yield plan misrepresented what the buffer requirements were. So this is accurate, what's in your backup material.
So this is more accurate than the
Correct.
last sketch we were looking at?
Correct.
Okay. So in this one, it looks like 7, 8, and a good portion of 9 become non-buildable. But I guess my question is, if 10 and 11 had larger buffers through stream buffer averaging, could those lots become usable?
Dependent on, yes. I mean, if you take this area of the average of 7 and 8 and straighten it out back here, I think there's probably a square foot for square foot swap that could probably,
Yeah, just visually, it looks like there might be an opportunity to do that. So what I'm trying to figure out is, are those lots really buildable?
Yes. With buffer averaging, they could be.
Buffer averaging.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm Shane Roach, reside at 5198 Baldwin Terrace in Marietta, Georgia, with Brightwater Homes. My partner, Charlie Bostwick.
5115 Long Island Drive.
We are here tonight, obviously, with a property that has been recommended for denial from the staff and from Planning Commission. And I'm going to start by saying I think perhaps along the way we haven't illustrated as clearly as we can really what we hope to do with the neighborhood here. I'll start with describing who we are just a little bit. Put that upside down. We are a small semi-custom home builder, build approximately 25 to 30 homes a year. We build primarily in the North Metro Atlanta area, and I'm pleased to say that the majority of our business, especially the single largest city we do business with, is here in Roswell. We're actively building today very close to this site. Park East to Crabapple is a neighborhood that we're developing now, or building homes in now. We're probably 2/3 of the way complete and looking forward to being completed in the spring of next year. I mentioned Crabapple, Park East on Crabapple, because we believe it's a really good representation of the architecture, the passion with which we pursue home building and home development. Several folks are familiar with it in the area, and as a part of this process, we've invited all the neighbors to come and see what we do and understand how we do it. So just to show a few images of the products that we build, and unfortunately they don't show up terribly well here, but we're really take a close look at what's proper, what fits within the context and the vernacular of neighboring areas, and it's an important part of our design process. As we look at the site, the 5 acres at Strickland Road and Valley Road, as mentioned, currently zoned R2. One of the things that I would like to point out is that the property is abutted by R2 and R1, as was described previously. R2 on Valley Street, Valley Road, R1 behind, across the stream, also abutted by commercial and industrial uses. So we have a variety of abutting property zonings and uses around this site. The other thing that I'd like to show just a little bit closer, you've seen the aerial, we'll go a bit closer still to see what that looks like from the rooftop perspective. So I'll get into just a moment. One of the many things that have been questioned along the way are the number of homes that we're proposing. Wanted to take a look at the area, show the homes that we are proposing today in this area here, and how that looks in an overall map, so you can get some relative sense of density and what we're preparing to do here on this site. The R2 zoning that exists today, as you've seen, provides the opportunity for a 14-lot yield plan. Councilmember DiPolito, I would mention that this is purely a yield plan in the essence of showing the acreage available and that 14 lots can fit on the site. Buffer averaging absolutely would be a part of something we would do in a final land plan that would be developed under current R2 zoning. We have an alternative land plan that I can show you briefly just to suggest, questions have come along whether 14 lots is in fact a suitable use for this site. Beyond the fact that the acreage provides the availability for it, we can build 14 lots at R2. However, one of the most important things that we've put together in pursuing the conservation zoning is that we'd really like to preserve a large open space. It's an important part of the feature for us as we look to develop different parcels of land. Open space is a central feature, becomes something that folks can embrace, both as a livability and as a way to, increase neighbor interaction. And generally, we find that it provides a more attractive and pleasing neighborhood. And as you look at the requirements or the uses for conservation zoning, all of these things are part of the definition of that conservation zoning. One of the other significant benefits that is provided by this land plan is the ability to save a significant amount of trees on the site. So to be very specific, the 2 acres to the northern part of the property is the area that we're proposing to conserve. The idea here is to take the same number of homes that would have been built in this area where we would have to clear to do the buffer averaging that's been mentioned, to use the dirt for grading on the site, and instead bring those homes closer to the front of the property while protecting this open space. A number of the questions and objections that have come up, both from neighboring residents as well as staff and the Planning Commission, starts frequently with density. There was a significant conversation about whether or not this was the appropriate number of homes in the area, but I'd like to point out again, with the current zoning that exists today, 14 homes are available on the site. By the nature of the conservation zoning, the only thing we're proposing is 1 additional home. The 1 additional home is a part of the 10% allowance that comes with a conservation proposal. Beyond that, streetscape has been brought up to us a number of times, whether this is suitable in the context of Valley Road and R2 zoning. Again, I would point out that in an R2 zoning, we could have 6 homes facing Valley Road, which connects to the neighboring R2 area. In the same manner, we're proposing only 6 homes will be facing Valley Road. The difference that the conservation zoning allows us is to bring the additional homes closer towards the south side of the site, and again, preserving the open area. There have been a few questions about whether we should just be building fewer homes, just for the purpose of conversation. Again, R2 provides us with this number, but frequently the idea becomes build fewer homes and sell them for more money. I want to point out that this site is abutting commercial property, and not the most attractive commercial property. As most of you may very well know, junkyard, U-Haul, storage building, and currently a Fulton County water meter reader building, I believe. So we're up against essentially a physical limit to what we believe the market will support in terms of price point of home. So to simply say build fewer and sell them for more money, we don't have a business condition that we believe that can support that. Finally, I think something that I want to make sure we take the opportunity to point out is that we really are trying to be very good neighbors. We are passionate about architecture. We want something that's going to look good. We are suggesting homes that will be selling in the $400,000 to $500,000 range. We believe this is going to bring in greater property values over the long term. We'd really like to think that over time, new homeowners in a site such as this will help change some of that commercial activity that you see on that site. Finally, one of the most significant questions we believe we got from the neighbor directly across the street was a concern with this connectivity that connects to Valley Road. And we've looked at it a number of times. Certainly this land plan is the one we prefer. However, in the intent of being a good neighbor, and we've spoken with several of the neighbors, especially those directly across the street, we would forego this connectivity and go instead with a T road type if that's something that would be of interest to the council in terms of approval of what we've proposed here. So I believe that's it. We've looked at this site. We're preserving an open area. We believe this is a really great spot for neighbors to use. We'd like to bring the homes closer to the south end of the site and just do a better overall job of developing the property as we see it today. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I will mention just briefly for those who are counting, of the 220-odd trees that were surveyed on site, by going with the conservation zoning, we'll preserve roughly half of those, 110 trees, 27 of those specimen. The remaining trees that would be removed for development would be another 110, 112 trees, 14 of those specimen trees. And then, of course, we have, at the end of the day, we would have a significant tree planting program that would include 35 trees to go back into a street tree program, in addition to the trees that we save in the conservation area.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was actually one of my questions. Unfortunately, my copy of the tree recompense plan is very difficult to read. Maybe I'm just getting older and it's late. But as far as the required tree replacement, are you replacing all of the required trees on site?
Yes. So on your recompense plan, I believe it may be difficult to read, but there's a chart here that shows specimen trees that would be removed, and then the requirements for replanting. If I'm reading those details to you, specimen trees designated for removal. I'm not anywhere close. There we go. Specimen trees designated for removal, there's a total of 14, and the recompense calculations show a quantity of 36 trees that would be replanted on the site.
Okay, so all those will be on site?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. One of the things we have talked about in our comprehensive plan, and I know has been something of interest to the mayor, is creating pocket parks within some of our neighborhoods. And I think if this is designed properly, it could be a nice pocket park that's shared not just by this group of 15 houses, but by the entire neighborhood. And I think where the plan kind of falls a little short to me is it doesn't feel like the park is accessible. I know you're showing some sidewalks going out through the park, which it almost gets there, but I think I'd like to see maybe a little bit of a parking field at the end there, even if it's gravel, for somebody who could come from another portion of the neighborhood, drive in there and have 3 or 4 parking spaces for public use. You make it feel more like it is a public park and it's not just tucked into the backside of your neighborhood. So that would be my one comment. With respect to the lot sizes, they seem somewhat small relative to the adjacent ones. I think with some good architecture and landscaping, this could be a good product. Do you have any elevations to show us of houses that you're considering for this?
I don't have specific elevations for this site, only sample imagery of sites similar. I think that the homes that we actually are building today in Park East on Crabapple are very representative of the style that we would use. I would give an example of this home here. Now, this is a home that is, as you can see, a lower plate line intimates a 1.5-story style. This home shows a garage attached to the side of the home, but this home absolutely would fit on the lots that we're proposing with a garage in the terrace level underneath. Site provides us falling away from Valley Road towards the creek, of course, such that we would be 1.5 stories at Valley Road, and then we'd have the ability to drive under for parking off of the neighborhood street. It brings me to one other point I might mention, is that the architecture that we would be proposing would include a front-style architecture for both sides of the home. We wouldn't suggest that the rear of the home is going to abut the street in either sense. It's going to be welcoming from either side, with front door and sidewalk and things of that sort.
So how are the garages going to be located for the most part?
So we believe at this point garages would feed, of course, on those that are overlooking the Conservation Park area, those would be front entry. And we've contemplated driveway garage locations in both scenarios, either off of Valley Ridge or off of the neighborhood road. In the condition I just described, garages would be underneath.
Okay. What do you anticipate the width of your houses to be?
So the lots that you see here all are primarily 60 feet. So you would have a home in the 45-foot width, roughly. And I would mention, for those of you who might be familiar with Woodstock Downtown or Vickery or any of the other Hedgewood neighborhoods that are known around the city, they do an excellent job of presenting exactly what we're proposing in terms of tight, more narrow lots than would generally be, but with the drive under, front doors that feel appropriate, even with the character of coming in on the terrace level.
If you've listened to the last few zonings for residential that we've had, there's been a lot of focus on location of garages and making sure they're set back 5 feet from the face of the house. Would you be amenable to that? Either set 5 feet back or rear entry?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I'd be amenable to 5 feet back from the plane of the front of the porch. So porches are really important to us in that they connect to the sidewalk and the street and connect neighbors to neighbors. And what we've learned is that either setting it back from the face of the house or the face of the porch gives you that impression as you drive down the street. You don't pick up the garage doors as you're driving down the street. You're not even really aware of where they are. So if that's okay, that would work for us.
So you would not be okay with the plane of 5 feet back from the plane of the house? You want it to be 5 feet from the plane or the porch?
On short notice, without studying it, I would be concerned that we might end up with some awkward shaped floor plans if we did that. I'd like to go back and study that and be open to doing that and shooting for that. I'd be a little hesitant to obligate ourselves to that without studying the floor plans a little bit better. I wish I'd known a little bit more about the previous recent zonings. Should have studied up on that, and we could have come prepared to answer that question better.
Well, it's kind of a recent thing, and I guess it's probably my hot button. So folks hear that from me all the time.
Yeah, we would certainly be amenable to agreeing to doing carriage-style doors rather than the typical, 16-panel or 8-panel doors on there, if that helps.
Okay. I'd go one step further just to suggest that if you were to go through Park East Crabapple today, as an example, we're very sensitive to the same. The delineation of 5 feet can be tough from a planning perspective to answer right away, but I will tell you that overall we're going to be incredibly sensitive to the design such that it's not, for lack of a better word, snout house is often used. We're not proposing anything like that whatsoever, but 5 feet's hard to answer off the cuff.
I understand, and you all are doing a great job with your developments here, but you could win the lottery tomorrow and flip this to somebody else, so we need to make sure we're covered from a zoning standpoint.
Understood.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Councilman Orleans. With this configuration, where would the residents have any parking? Is their driveways even going to be, or if the garages are in the back, they're not going to be parking there?
Yeah, so
what's your anticipation of that?
Yeah, there has been this question a time or two as to whether or not there would be enough space for parking. And all of our drives would have enough space for parking. The setbacks are reduced to 20 feet under the conservation zoning. But of course there's a right-of-way in addition to that. But even at the 20 feet, enough for parking of a car. And so we're going to be protective of that for our residents, for our prospective clients. That's an important thing for us as well.
So you're saying 20 feet from the back curb or right away or?
Right away.
Right away.
Property line.
Right. So the bumper's not impeding on the sidewalk. There's plenty of room for 2 cars plus 2 in the garage, so there could be 4 cars at every site. outside the sidewalk area.
What is the square footage of the lots as configured with the conservation easement?
They are of a variety. I can read you roughly where 6,600 to 7,100 on these in the front, 8,000, 7,200, 7,200 through here, all roughly 66 to 7,500 square feet, with a few exceeding that.
And what's the square footage of the lots in what is it, Parkside East?
Park East at Crabapple.
Park East at Crabapple.
Park East at Crabapple is an R2 zoning, so those are 12,000 square foot lots.
It's an R2 as well.
It is.
So they're 12,000 square foot lots.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, we gave some variances on that subdivision. did we
Setback
not?
variances, and that's an excellent point. There are setback variances in that neighborhood, which would closely intimate what you would see here from a streetscape. As an example, in Park East, the lots are tremendously deep, and include a stream area and all the way back up to Roswell Area Park. So, in effect, they're going to feel much like these lots would. However, they are a bit wider, right? But the acreage is primarily in places that you don't really see it.
The front setback's exactly the same as Park East with the variances in place, and I think the distance between buildings is the same. And if I could add, because I know part of this is the question about these along Valley Drive, in case we weren't real clear on that, the neighbors immediately across the street who had opposition to this before have stated to us that they're in support of the 15-lot plan if we remove that access to Valley Drive, and hopefully they'll speak to that tonight.
Now, a minute ago, I think you said the width of these lots was 60 feet and the houses were 45 feet, so that leaves about 7 feet.
7.5 on each side.
So you're 15 feet from another house.
That's right.
Okay, does transportation have any comment on the potential dead end at the T?
I will share that this is a new conversation, so they may have an answer for that. But our engineer has looked at it, and it meets the requirements of what's needed in terms of road length. But
I would add to that, does the fire department have any comments?
Yeah, that's terrible. I have not seen this plan before, but I can tell you that we strongly support connectivity in our city.
Why am I not surprised? Thank you. Thank you.
If you answer this question, if a fire truck went in there, how would he get back out? Can he?
A T maneuver.
Right. It meets the standard of our hammerhead concept.
Okay.
But certainly, if we have a nice opportunity like this, would hate to not.
I agree with you. I just had that additional concern. Other questions? This time you'll have an opportunity for rebuttal. We'd like to have a public hearing now for anyone in the audience, and I apologize for the long delay. If you've got any comments or questions about this petition, we'd like to hear from you. Mayor, good to see you.
Hello, Eric Schumacher, 145 Prospect Street. Actually, I have a question for staff. Can we clarify the choice that the council and mayor needs to make on the conservation area and the ownership of that?
Clarify in what manner?
So I believe under the ordinance that there is a choice that needs to be made regarding
Whether they want to take it or not.
Correct.
That's their choice, whether they feel the conservation should be under control of their HOA as a subdivision or under the city's control. The question relates to the ownership and control of the conservation area. The conservation subdivision regulations stipulate that either it is the city's determination whether they take control and make it, like Councilman DiPolito mentioned, a public pocket park, or it's left into their association and their control in HOA. It's totally within the city's
I
discretion.
assume, though, that it would become a conservation area, could not be later developed,
Correct.
even if the city didn't accept it.
Correct.
Thank you.
So part of the decision here is to decide whether the city takes on the responsibility of having this as a pocket park, and all the liability associated with that.
That would be an option.
Correct. Correct. But it's something that hasn't been discussed or questioned so far, so I want to make sure that we actually consider that. From my perspective, having this area sort of hidden behind this very dense neighborhood could potentially create some safety issues and concerns. I'm also not seeing that this is really a area of interest for a park in this area. It's floodplain. It does fill up with water. It's not as remarkable as some other areas. It would have been nice if there were areas available that would actually give some green space feel to the neighborhood, and this is actually hidden behind something that's going to be very dense. So part of what we're doing here tonight is deciding whether this should be conservation, but we're also needing to decide whether we're going to allow for the reduction of the offsets between these homes. So from my perspective, the plans that have been shown create a very odd 1 lot deep, 5 lot wide block. There's a reason why the applicant hasn't created elevations for this, because I believe that when you consider 2-story homes or 1.5-story homes on a block with very short offsets from the street, and you come down this block at an angle, it's going to look like one building. 15 feet between houses is a very small distance. So, I was speaking with the applicant at the community meeting, and he did say that he and his team are willing to develop this property, but only if they do the conservation piece. I'm not so sure that they couldn't actually create a very nice community here with fewer lots and still make the profit they're looking for. I don't know if anybody on the council, including the mayor here, has read through or listened to the Planning Commission meeting. It was long, but I remember reading at the very end that one of the commission members mentioned that the council does listen to those meetings. So I would just like to make sure that everybody here did actually read the meeting minutes or listen to that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who else wishes to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Hello. You guys have quite a party here tonight. My name is Deborah Hornbuckle, and I live at 250 Alpine Drive, the same street as Chicken Man, you may know. And my neighborhood butts up against this. And the reason I'm here is because one of the women here came to our neighborhood to make me aware of this issue. And I want to say that I'm very grateful for the development that's happened in the Midtown area. And I haven't wanted to say anything, but we are getting a lot of noise. And that's one of my concerns with this new development is the noise. I do care about Roswell. I'm concerned on certain levels that we said he was a good neighbor, but in the meeting, this previous gentleman was referring to that they said they were going to cut it down to 8 houses, I thought, and make it smaller. And there were some other things. I feel like there wasn't much concession. My concern is more broad. My concern for Roswell is that I was just in Opryland. I don't know if any of you have been to Nashville. And I feel like I'm concerned that so close to this area you all have made so wonderful that it's going to, in 20 years, look trashed because there's no trees or there's no history to historical Roswell. So that is just a concern I just want to share with you all. And I love Roswell. So that was my big concern. I hate to say I'm concerned about this habitat and this area, and it's just a gorgeous area, and I just pray that you are conservative in your decision. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no, yes, come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I do have some concerns. My name is Maria Oliveira, and my property abuts the property that we're in discussion today. I live on 1285 Valley Court in Roswell. I have concerns regarding the rezoning and the proposed development of the mentioned site. As a Roswell resident whose property does abut the lot 428, I need to tell you that when I was relocated to Atlanta and I was looking for an area to live, there were several prerequisites I had in mind. And one was a reasonably close commute, a property that had a home that was in a seated and ample lot, a stable neighborhood that was wooded, quiet, safe, secluded, private, and preserved. A little area of Roswell's antiquity, since there's very few places left due to overdevelopment of the land. So, it's just indirectly off of Atlanta Street in historic Roswell District. So there are some items that are potentially being jeopardized with the development plans that were presented. And if I may, I'd like to show you an actual site plan that was shown during the neighborhood meeting. Okay, this is actually a site plan that was done, and it's an actual site plan that was done for the owners. If you see, there's about 1/3 of the property is on floodplain here, which leaves them only 2/3. And yes, there is dense trees, mature trees, but there are over 100 mature trees that are outside of the floodplain that are being jeopardized, not only in the center here, but mostly on the west side of the property. Do I have 5 minutes, or I have a little less? And I'm counting. Okay.
They hadn't started.
No, we haven't started yet.
It's getting late.
Should we start? Okay. Well, there we go. Now we're timing. Okay, the existing 5-acre lot contains single residence, as with setbacks, rolling plains, dense amateur trees growing within and around the property. And as I just mentioned, there's about 1/3 of the land that's on the 100-year floodplain, which is also wooded. And it leaves the vendor or the pending developer with about 2/3 of the property to build 15 homes that are 3 to 4 bedrooms, 2-car garages. My concern is when you have homes that are 2-car garages, 3 to 4 bedrooms, you're talking 30 to 60 cars. 30 to 60 cars in 3 acres. Where are they going to put the parking? Where are they going to put friends, family? It's going to be a concern. Also, I have a concern regarding the safety of the area. If that back of the wetlands was exposed and open to the public, I think it would invite vandalism, and it would also disturb the existing wildlife that's there. Like I had mentioned before, I'm requesting to preserve the mature growth of the trees, and it's not just replacing them with small 5-year-old trees, but really you've got some trees there, and half of them are half of them are hardwoods, half of them are pines, but you do have some soil erosion concerns, and I'm just concerned if a lot of that gets cleared away, you're going to have additional flooding, which does occur now, and I have some pictures to show you, if you may have already seen. Like I said, I live on this corner property here, which my property does abut where the wooded area is, and this is what it looked like back in June. And I'm not sure if that water is coming from just what happens during the 100-year floodplain that happens every time it rains, or if it's a combination of the water that's coming through from the catch basin. So I'm concerned about also that water flow that's being dispersed without homes being there built now. How is that going to be handled? And will that consider, let me show you another photograph that I may have. That's what it looks like, and I'm sure when I bought my house 13 years ago, if my property looked anything like that, I would run away from it. I would not be investing in land like that. So I am concerned on how the area is being developed. So I also, like I said, disagree with the developer's request to reduce the setbacks, like he said, for 15 or for 20 feet. If you look at the surrounding neighborhoods, most folks have about 60 feet setback from the property line onto the structure.
Councilmember Wynn.
Can I just ask you a question real quick? Is this your property that we're looking at, or is this the property that they want to develop?
This is my property, and this is the fence that divides my property from the corner from the north.
So this is your backyard?
This is my backyard.
Okay, thank you.
This is my backyard. So I'm also requesting that the potential buyer and developer revisit the adding of 2 extra streets onto the property. I mean, it allows for access to both Strickland and Valley Road, and right now there are 2 means of egress going on to Alpharetta or Atlanta Street. So I don't think that there is a need to create an additional road into their subdivision. I request that the study be done on the impact of the existing infrastructure on the water, sewer, and the power. I'm concerned also that Roswell preserves the existing antiquity and natural beauty. I think the vendor should, I call him a vendor, but the subcontractor or general contractor reconsider the development and the outcome of this existing small estate. And to quote George's state motto, wisdom, justice, moderation. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no hands up, we'll close the public hearing. Does the applicant wish to add anything?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. First of all, we absolutely agree with a lot of the comments that were just made by the 2 ladies that we heard from, and we absolutely want to save trees. And this plan saves over 100 trees that will be at risk if we do have to go with one of the other 14 lot plans in the current R2. So this is about saving trees, and it's also about saving quite a big buffer against the largest lots and those homes that we just heard from those 2 ladies. This actually pulls our houses further away from the R1 zoning. Did want to mention that what we're talking about here overall is still only a 3 units per acre zoning. It's not a 6 units per acre townhome lot or neighborhood, something like that. But it's an appropriate transition from the commercial space to the residential as we have it. Want to make sure that we're clear that we're okay with either this being a park for the city that is maintained by the city, or creating the HOA to maintain it, whichever pleases the city. We're okay with either direction there, and would like to support it. Would just really like to see that area preserved either way. And then I'd like to say that as long as there's not an additional reduction in the total lot square footage, we would like to offer to go along with Mr. DiPolito's suggestion of the 5-foot garage setback from the plane of the house. As long as we're not increasing the size of the lots greater than we have it now, we should be able to meet that. If we increase the size of the lots along Valley Drive, then we're going to start to shrink some of the other lots in a way that will make it difficult for us to fit that on the site. So hopefully we can meet that 5-foot setback on the garage from the plane of the house. Thank you. Any questions?
I see no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to comment on the discussion about pocket parks. Gentlemen, you may sit down. My sister and I have a land trust which owns a 2-acre pocket park in Brookfield West on Hickory Oak Hollow. We've been controlling that property for about 5 years now, and there has not been one occasion of vandalism or a problem with that pocket park. So for those neighbors who are concerned about vandalism in a pocket park, I haven't had the experience in the pocket park which we control. It's been no maintenance and no liability issue for me. I bicycle by it about once a month and check on it. It's doing just fine. Trees are growing well, and the water still flows and cascades down the creek, and kids still play there from Brookfield West. So I hope to assure you that if the council does choose to rezone this property, I would not have concerns about a pocket park in my neighborhood having someone who is responsible for a pocket park. So with that, further comments from council. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend, clarification on the setbacks. The ordinance provides for a 50% reduction in setbacks, and they're requesting a reduction from 35 to 15 on the front setback.
I thought it was 25.
Yeah, it's 20. It's to be reduced to 20. That was a point of clarification that was made during Planning Commission. There hasn't been an updated drawing to that, but
so it is 20 feet.
That's right.
Okay.
35 to 20, not to 15. That's right. That was a mistake.
Okay, so there's not a required variance as part of this. Okay. I thought you had mentioned 20 earlier. I just want to clarify that because
the drawing does show it incorrectly, but we clarified the Planning Commission 20 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Price, did you have a question?
Some of those rains a few years ago. I know during the rains a few years ago there was a great deal of, and maybe even this year, but I know Alpine Drive had a lot of flooding, leading to some problem with Mr. Werdy's property. Exactly where is that creek, and what has the flooding been in this proposed conservation area? Does anyone have a map of that?
I don't particularly have a map of it. I mean,
If you'll get the site plan, perhaps the applicant could show us where the creek is on the site. I think it's to the rear of the conservation easement.
That's right. The creek is not actually on this property. Creek is on the neighboring property here. You can see this. I'm sorry. The stream center line is here. And then your 25-foot state waters buffer, and then the 100-foot undisturbed city buffer.
And to the top of the picture there, are those lots? Are those builded upon?
That's right. That's the property behind.
Do you know where the extent of is there a floodplain on this property, and where the extent of the floodplain would be?
There is, roughly speaking.
100 foot, yes.
The 100-year flood?
The 100-year flood.
Not the buffer, but the 100-year floodplain.
Roughly along where we've defined this line here. You can see this darker line here, roughly in this area.
Does that answer your question?
Well, still, where are the houses on the other side, and where's the creek?
So this is the rear of the properties of one of the ladies that spoke earlier, a street on the north side of the property here that these back up to.
So they have streams in their front yard? The stream is in their front yard?
No, they're rear yards. And the
Okay,
stream...
that's just the end of their property. Okay, gotcha.
That's right.
And then the street's above that, but the stream is in their backyard.
That's right.
Property line comes up to this.
So this is their rear property line right along here,
Right. Okay.
and our northernmost.
And I think it's important to note that regarding that floodplain is that even if we stay out of a good portion of the floodplain, to be able to offset floodplain area, we would likely have to remove quite a few trees that we wouldn't have to offset floodplain area, not just where we're building homes, but further back to make room for flood if we were to go with a more conventional plan.
Okay, now, the conservation area becomes the property of the city, or y'all maintain it?
We're happy to do either one. The conservation zoning allows for the city to take it if they would like to, but it requires, if the city does not want to take it, requires us to create an HOA before we record the plat, create an HOA with certain guidelines, which we would, of course, meet.
So whose decision is that?
Yours.
So have you requested us to do that?
We're happy either way, whatever pleases the city.
Okay, so there really is a financial impact if we assumed the ownership of that portion. Although it says there's no financial impact, but it would depend on our decision of where the ownership resided at that point. Okay, now there have been some talk about being able to build up that land in order to build on it, even though it's in the floodplain. Is that something that you thought was a workable thing?
Yes, it is. Our engineer says it's very workable that we could add some and take some and accommodate the volume of water that's necessary there to get the 14-lot plan as we had showed earlier, that more conservative 14-lot plan.
So how many tons of dirt would that require?
I don't know if it's a huge amount because it's not a really steep site. It's just that it would take, a few feet here and a few feet there. So I don't know that it's a huge amount of dirt. It's just that we would impact a large, we'd impact those 2 acres in a big way. I don't know that it's a lot of up and down, but it's a matter of getting in there and removing trees so that we can move a little dirt.
So if this were denied, is that something you would do?
It is absolutely on the list of possibilities that we would do it or another developer would do it.
And then, what happens when the flood comes? Where's all that dirt go?
The way it works is that, if you add a cubic yard of dirt in the floodplain, you have to subtract a cubic yard of dirt in the floodplain. I know it's a little more technical than that, but we would make sure that for any floodplain we remove, we have to replace more volume to take the place of that so that we don't increase the risk. And of course, these houses would be built well out of that.
That gives you a representation of the floodplain in the stream and the homes to the north that are on Alpine Drive. See, they're pushed up to Alpine Drive and buried deep with the stream back in on the back third of their lot.
Okay, so the subject property is a little over a third?
A third, probably, yes.
The blue as opposed to the pink?
500 year, maybe? $500 year, 100 year.
That's a long time.
Like we've been here tonight.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, if you can help me out on the floodplain issue. I understand that, the cubic yard to cubic yard, but they can actually go down, am I correct? Go down that far? It doesn't have to be an area, it actually could be depth, that they can go down like, scoop out like a cubic yard?
I don't know that.
I mean, as long as, am I right? I think it can work that way.
I think you're going to have to ask Stu that question.
I think that's number one. And number two, if the house is built in the floodplain, don't they have to raise the house up a certain area?
Yes, they
and it
do.
depends if it's 100 or 500 year floodplain.
The finished
house
floor
has got to be raised up so the flood insurance and all that type of stuff too. So there'd be a lot of fill dirt that would have to come in to raise those houses. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me about when they have to do, I'm going to just say recompense, which is not the word, but it's almost midnight, so that's what I'm going to use.
It's a nominal balancing. As the gentleman said, it's not just take a cubic yard here and put a cubic yard there. There's a balancing process. You can't place any fill in the floodway, the rapidly flowing water. That's the closest section to the stream. There's different segments, but that's the narrower segment. But the floodplain, that's relatively flat, they can make some adjustments. From the standpoint of impact on the floodplain, the conservation approach is probably preferable.
Thank you, Mr. Mooring. To clarify, I was asking questions about the buffer before. This is really a separate issue. Floodplain, so the 100-year floodplain is essentially non-buildable. Is that a fair statement, or is that untrue?
It is not. It's non-buildable without adjustment.
So
they can make some adjustments within that.
But if you encroach in one area,
they can't do anything in the floodway.
So in the 100-year floodplain, you have to make up for any volume of dirt movement?
Yes, you have to create an appropriate adjustment, and ultimately you have to do a no-rise analysis where you demonstrate that whatever has been done will not create any rise in the level of the 100-year flood.
So what's the difference between a floodplain and floodway?
So you could build in it, but then you'd be subject to...
Yes, under pretty stringent requirements of balancing the alignments and the cut and fill and so forth.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a preferred arrangement.
Well, the reason for my question is we've been talking about this lot yield plan, and we're showing that it gets 14 lots and 15 is allowed under conservation, but really, you really can't do 14 lots on this property because I'm trying to find the actual plan, but there were a good third of them are actually in the floodplain. So you could build in them, but how would you'd have to compensate somewhere else for that volume displacement.
Correct. And I don't know if that could in fact be done. They say their engineer has done that analysis. I don't know that our staff has evaluated that plan because that's not the plan that's presented for review.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, may I ask a follow-up question to the applicant? When you all did this yield plan, how did you compensate for the fact that a third of the property was in the floodplain?
The projection one more time. We mentioned it fairly briefly earlier. The yield plan was just that. It's a of the area available. This plan, I think, is a more accurate representation, if I understand your question correctly, to, can this be built with 14 lots? And I'll use this to illustrate the floodplain balancing as well. So the plan that you see here, 14 homes in a configuration, the floodplain line is tracking along here. And so to create the buildable area, the lot can be out in the floodplain, but for the area which the home would sit, create the buildable area, you would remove, you would...
only those 3 homes that are affected.
That's right. You would create more floodplain area here and take away some floodplain area here, where the net area is the same as it was previously. So it's a matter of changing that line a bit to make it suitable for building these homes.
We can also get into this area and take some volume, create some volume there for the floodplain. So our engineer says there's more than enough room to compensate. I don't know that
what size lots are you showing in this yield plan?
This is R2.
Yeah, this is the 12,000. I don't know that it's relevant to the common sense approach, but the conservation zoning as written does allow the use of the floodplain area and other areas that are otherwise restricted to being used for the
purpose of the yield plan.
The purpose of the yield plan. It allows it. Again, a common sense approach might tell you something different, but that's how the zoning is written.
Well, some of your neighbors had concerns about noise and so forth, and what I'm trying to get my arms around is, could you build the same number of houses regardless? And it sounds like the answer is yes, with the exception of one.
That's correct. That's correct.
Credit for with the conservation subdivision.
And for what it's worth, I think the neighbors who have that concern are the ones that back up to us. And if anything, our plan pulls our homes a long distance away from that. For what it's worth, we can get 12 without moving any dirt, right? And 14 is moving on, this dirt and this dirt and this dirt. But engineer says it's not very deep, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion before the vote, and who makes the motion will be up for grabs, because our liaison is recused herself. So anyone wish to comment before I entertain a motion? Councilman Orleans.
I think this, as said by the Planning Commission and the staff, is a way just trying to get around the R2, and I think it's already properly zoned for the rest of the area, so I would not be in favor of going forward with it. And that would be a motion I would make if it gets back to me.
Because I see, this property is potentially developed sometime in the future.
Thank you for the opportunity to do so. The cost and time involved in creating those extra 2 lots to get the 14 lots is something that we would pursue. So, for what it's worth, that's a real direction for us, not just a yield plan so that we could fight for 15. It is a real plan, and worth the 2 lots to go, within the existing zoning to make that work, for what that's worth.
As it's zoned today, without any variances, we believe we have a land plan that would yield 14 homes. And so we would pursue that. We would pursue okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really torn on this one because, conservation easements are great. My house, before I moved to Roswell, we actually had a horse farm. And the people wanted to come in and tear down the horse farm and everything else, and we worked out a conservation easement where the horse farm stayed there. And that's how it had to stay. It was a very good amenity package for the houses that was built. So, I'm not against conservation easements. And I think it was Maria was talking about losing all the trees. With the conservation easement, you're not going to lose all the trees. There will be, especially by your house, you will have, most of the trees will be saved there. My concern is 15 lots. I think, and I understand that you can have that extra lot because you are looking at a conservation easement, and I understand that. But I also think that having a conservation easement, especially this big of an area, is going to allow you not to have to spend as much prep money if you were going to go into the, I just went blank, it's too late, into the floodplain. So I think there's a trade-off here, if y'all can look at maybe going to 12 lots.
How about
And a conservation easement, I think that could be better. Again, your prep and your engineering is going to be hardly nil when you're doing it as a conservation easement versus going into a floodplain and trying to figure out exactly how you're going to do that, I can't think of words, recompense on the floodplain. So I don't know if a deferral is necessary for us to work this out, to see if that is amenable to you, because I don't know if that's a decision that should be
Gentlemen, let me put it this way.
tonight.
I don't think you're going to get your petition passed tonight. A deferral, you might be able to work something out.
I would like, Mr. Mayor, that's what I'm saying. I think I would like to see a deferral on this because I am not against the conservation easement at all. I think it's a great idea. It's going to help, I think, the people, especially on Alpine, not to have the concerns that they have with noises, and maybe the flooding would also help because if you're not taking down all the trees and putting all that impervious surface, it's going to help that. But I'm really concerned about the 15 units is what I'm concerned about. So I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion. Can we defer until, and I'm assuming, can we for 30 days?
October 14th.
What, I'm sorry?
We could be okay with 14 today.
October 14th.
Okay, my motion, unless Councilmember Orleans does it, my motion would be to defer until October 14th.
Motion to defer till October 14th. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilman Orleans. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor?
Council?
I'll be brief. One other concern I had was the quality of the conservation area itself, and what does that look like on a long-term basis, and how is that maintained? Is that really a usable area, or does it just get flooded out and blown out every time we have a rain? So think about that as you're looking back at this.
It occasionally doesn't mean that it's not useful for recreation land. The Big Creek Greenway in Alpharetta regularly floods, and that's a phenomenal greenway. So, well, but anyway.
And, I guess I'm really specifically thinking if it does flood and, you know, the path that they're showing there gets destroyed, you know, who takes care of it, that sort of thing.
Good, all good points. I just don't want you to exclude floodplain from green space.
I
It's
love
great green
wetlands.
space.
I'm a big fan of wetlands.
So we have all in favor of the motion to defer. That is unanimous. Councilmember Price still has something she wants to say. We've got plenty of time tonight. It's a new day. Started on a new day.
I'm just going to say that if whatever comes back, if it's got more than 10 lots, I still won't be in favor of it.
That's all. If you'll call the next agenda item. Gentlemen, you may retire.
Thank you.
We need to get Councilmember Price.
But Councilmember Diamond needs to come in if she's not asleep.
The next item is RZ 2013-01672, CV 2013-01673, 2000 Holcomb Bridge Road, land lot 712713. Brian Musself, J.W. Holmes, LLC. Mr. Townsend.
So this is
this a deferral?
This application is requesting deferral to the
Do we have a
October
motion
14th.
for deferral?
Move for deferral.
Motion by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orleans. All in favor, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Next item is approval and amendment to Chapter 18, Section 18.1.7I, installation of sidewalks of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances. Ms. Wakefield.
Yes, this is a request, the first reading, to amend Section 18.1.7I of the Code of Ordinances, installation of sidewalks. The basic purpose of this amendment is to clarify language related to established community as to when the Community Development Director may waive the sidewalks, and to seek input from the Director of Transportation, which is a practice that we currently do quite often. But this will clarify that an established community basically means an permitted and approved platted subdivision without sidewalks.
Mr. Davidson, if you'd read the ordinance.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 18, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places, Section 18.1.7I, installation of sidewalks of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances. Now therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, Mayor and Council, pursuant to their authority, adopt the following ordinance. The Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Chapter 18, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places, Section 18.1.7I, installation of sidewalks, shall be amended to read as follows. Text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the first reading.
Do we have a motion?
I have a question.
Question by Councilman Orleans.
We're changing the word from communities to subdivisions, and there was some question about the last example of that street being a subdivision, so are we really clarifying this here? I'm not seeing it.
Well, from staff perspective, we're clarifying it as to what I use whenever I get a request to waive sidewalks. And we basically look at if it was in a subdivision, a development that was approved previously and platted without sidewalks. And there are several subdivisions that fall into that category that we often use as an example. There are certain sections of Brookfield West where it was developed with no sidewalks.
I understand
so
that.
we're clarifying it.
I understand that, but I'm going back to our last example we had, and this doesn't seem to clarify that because that's not a subdivision.
Well, in that case, the staff was not supporting the waiver of the sidewalks. Thus, the reason that it came before the committee for their requested waiver, because it was my determination. And not just my determination alone, but also talking with the Director of Transportation, that we did not feel that this was a established community, which is the current language.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve first reading?
Motion to approve first reading. Is there a second by Councilmember DiPolito? Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price, there will be an opportunity to make revisions at the second reading. Councilmember Price.
Only that I don't think we've clarified anything here, and all we've done is further restricted what could be called an established community. And I think going back to the example that led to this change, it's a street that's fully built out and is an established community, but now apparently a street that's not a subdivision is no longer allowed to be called an established community, and that's just wrong, and I would not support that at all.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Price because established communities, if you looked at Prospect Street, it was not a platted subdivision. It's as established a community as we have. So I think to limit it to platted subdivisions might be too limiting because Prospect Street is very well established.
And I understand what you're saying, but it makes it very difficult for staff to determine when to waive the sidewalks and when not to. I mean, if every street is considered that's the reason we're changing the language to community. It's going to be very difficult. And
I think we're going to have to work more with the language because if you limit it to platted subdivisions, then that means Prospect Street was not an established established subdivision, and they didn't have to put sidewalks in. If these folks we passed the subdivision and they said, well, we're not an established subdivision, Prospect Street should have, should have sidewalks.
They don't. And in that case, again, I consult with my counterpart here, and we make that determination. But, truthfully, we rarely get requests to waive sidewalks.
It's too late to have this discussion. But to be truthful,
Well, this is first reading.
This is the first reading. I'm just giving you my comments.
Yes.
I'd want to make sure that non-platted communities also had, if they were like Prospect Street, should require sidewalks when people came in.
Staff will get together and we'll get with the legal department and work on the language.
All right.
Okay.
That's the first reading. I do support the passage of the first reading. Councilmember DiPolito.
Just had one last thought that might be relevant. Do we need to distinguish between vacant properties versus developed property? I think we probably have more issues with vacant lots along streets where there have been tear downs and stuff like that. So maybe there's a way to think about what was existing on the property beforehand. Sure. And it's too late to think of wording for that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. First reading. Councilman Orleans, Councilman Wynn, Councilman DiPolito, Councilman Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember Price passes.
Thank you.
4-1. And Councilmember Betty Price, liaison to the Transportation Department. It's your day to wow the crowds out there.
The first item is approval of resolution to submit a local maintenance and improvement grant project list for FY 2014 to the Georgia Department of Transportation. Colonel Asenbrag.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Good evening. I know it's late, so I'll just make this brief. This is our yearly application for the GDOT Limit Grant. This graphic shows the location of the 3 collector roads which we have rated. These are our lowest rated collector roads, which has been our practice over the years to use our limit money. The city's authorization based on formula this year was $627,995.26. These 3 roads approximate approximately $900,000 worth of work. We would bid them out individually and try to maximize based on what the contractor community comes back to us with, are the likely costs for these. So we have overestimated how much we would use.
Old roads.
They're all old roads.
They are all old roads. There are three old roads this year.
Did we already do Nesbitt Ferry? Is that on the books?
Mayor, it's already on the books for this year's pay.
I just wanted to, yeah,
Yes,
great.
sir. And
Well,
Woodstock.
we're confident all these old roads need to be done.
We are confident all these old roads need to be
Do
done.
we have
Yes,
a
sir.
motion?
Move to change the names of these roads to new and approve.
Out of order.
Skip that. Move to approve the resolution to submit the...
Motion by Councilmember Price. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Orleans. All in favor, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The final item is approval of the public space design standards for Holcomb Bridge Road corridor. Mr. Asenbrat.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Very excited tonight to bring to you the completed work of the public space design standards. This was originally developed for our Holcomb Bridge at 400 Gateway. The cost of the project was just less than $30,000. I think the consultant did an excellent job of identifying design details, and I am happy to announce that if it is the council's pleasure and you approve this tonight, tomorrow morning when we first come to work, we're going to call the consultant for the westbound through lane and tell him this is his new guidance for doing the streetscape east of Georgia 400. So in other words, this is going to be immediately applicable to our design efforts that we have underway right now.
Any questions? Councilmember Price.
How far west of 400 will this extend?
West of 400. We have one project which is the continuation or extension of the left turn lane at Warsaw Road. So the answer is Warsaw Road. I don't know how long that is. That's how far away that is from Holcomb Bridge Road.
I mean, by definition, does it stop there, or can it extend beyond?
It can extend. I mean, the purpose, the public space design standards was a specific area, but if you, here is the graphic, the boundary corridor from the Holcomb study. So this shows you the limits east and west. So Holcomb Woods Parkway to the east and Warsaw Road to the west. So these design guidelines will be for all the projects that occur within that area. They will be the requirements.
As we've spoken a number of times, it's one of the most complaints I get is the poorly maintained Holcomb Bridge corridor, which of course is a state road. But when you compare it to Paynes Bridge, Old Milton Parkway, it really is in deplorable condition. So I hope that with this approval, whatever projects are coming, or if there's an interim gap that we need to fill to improve our medians along that corridor, which is our gateway to the city, in addition to Highway 9. But this is the main, most highly traveled gateway to our city, and it really is in terrible shape. And whatever else creative way we can do, we talked earlier about a business improvement district, something to stimulate some local interest to improve the overall look of this area and just make it more attractive. It's probably the biggest thing we can do to attract new business, since this is the way they approach our city, and they may look at this and say, well, it's kind of a rundown city if they can't keep up their median a quarter of a mile from the interstate. So I think we just need to absolutely focus some efforts and some resources there. Move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Price for approval. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
City Attorney is going to waive closure tonight.
We
had another one. There was another one that got sent out. What about the agenda? We have agenda edition. We have to vote on that.
What do we have to vote on?
We need to...
Oh, yes, we do need to vote on lost. We'll announce that afterwards.
Okay.
City Attorney, if you'll report on the agenda item.
Thank you.
Addendum.
I guess the only agenda item I have is approval of a resolution for the City of Roswell with the intent of settling its dispute with Fulton County over the local option sales tax and authorizing the mayor to execute the certificate of distribution, which is attached here too. And basically, this distribution would change the city's current distribution from 8.8011% of the monies collected to 8.9213% of the monies collected in Fulton County under the sales tax.
We have a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion for approval by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Now for the good news. Mr. Davidson, give them the rest of the story.
Well, actually, we're going to get a little bit more than that probably because College Park has reconsidered their vote. So the city of Fairburn might be joining in and they would get less money than College Park would get. However, we're going to have a special call meeting probably on Monday in order, if Fairburn approves the certificate tomorrow, tomorrow morning they are having a meeting. So we'll be bringing another certificate back for approval of this council.
It is a little more complicated than that.
It's a lot more complicated, and I'll be happy to tell you about that on Monday.
But Fairburn is asking for more than just a fair share. And so there is a further discussion. So we're going to have a special call meeting. Can everybody make it at 5 o'clock Monday? We could call it later Monday, but we could either call it at 5 or 7.
Wait a minute, there's somebody.
And there will be closure. Monday.
Monday is the 16th.
5 would be good.
4 would be better.
4 is too early. Some of us have to work.
Mr. Mayor, you have meetings.
So it's 5 o'clock Monday. Special call meeting.